Шановні друзі, доброго ранку. Радий вітати.
Dear friends, good morning. I'm happy to greet everyone at Ukraine-Japan Forum. This is already the 6th event. This year, the title is the following: Restoring the Rules-Based Order, Ukraine and Japan's Roles in Global Security. We have to be very disciplined and responsible and start on time, in particular due to time difference with Japan. I'll remind you that's plus 7 hours. So I would urge all our speakers and participants to stick to the agenda up to a second, I would even say. Like in Japan, yes, we'll be a bit Japanese today according to punctuality and discipline. Okay, colleagues, first of all, I would like to thank our constant partners and friends of our forum. I mean Igor Zhovkva, Deputy Head of President's Office of Ukraine, Diplomatic Advisor to the President of Ukraine. I'm sincerely grateful to Igor for the support of this forum since its very conception. For us, it's a great honor, and for doing what you do to deepen our partnership with Tokyo. And I'm also grateful to the ambassadors. First of all, Mr. Ambassador in Ukraine, Masashi Nakagome, who is with us today. I'm also grateful to Yuri Lutovinov, who is the extraordinary plenipotentiary ambassador of Ukraine to Japan. He will be speaking to us using video conference. And as a testimonial to the improving level of our forum, I'm also very grateful to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Japan, in particular Deputy Minister Ayano Kunimitsu, who is also going to speak to us over the video from Tokyo. First of all, I would like to give the floor to Igor Zhovkva, Deputy Head of President's Office of Ukraine, with a keynote speech. Ladies and gentlemen, guests, friends, colleagues, first of all, well, I asked Sergei's colleagues what's the number of this year's forum. That's a good number, so it's a great honor to be here. For sure, it's not just to be polite. It's always enjoyable and fascinating, and I would like to thank Sergei and New Europe Center for yet another forum. The time is challenging, it's winter, 4th year of Russian aggression finishing, and it's very important that we have the support of partners like Japan. We're talking a lot about the support of European partners, but it is no less important to have Japan's support today for us. So I'm very grateful, and it's great that we have Minister of Foreign Affairs, both our ambassadors with us today. And today's forum is on the eve of another important event. That's early parliamentary elections in Japan. We are following the course, but we are sure, Mr. Ambassador, that despite the election results, Japan's support for Ukraine will remain just as strong, just as authentic and reliable, and will always be relying on Japan, and Japan can always rely on Ukraine. It is great to see Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, Ms. Ayano Kunimitsu, also Japanese Ambassador Masashi Nakagome, and Ukrainian Ambassador Yuri Lutovinov. This is a team, our joint team, that makes a great contribution into our partnership. I would like to voice sincere gratitude for such comprehensive and multifaceted support of Japan to Ukraine during the time of full-scale war, during the time of open Russian aggression. Japan provided Ukraine with over $15 billion in aid in different fields: humanitarian support, financial support, and non-lethal support. We can say that among the countries that provide support to Ukraine during the time of the war. There are lots of countries, but Japan is among the leaders. We understand very well that there are certain restrictions on providing military aid from your country, and we do respect that. But at the same time, for us, it is extremely important that this financial, humanitarian, and non-lethal support arrives in time when needed, exactly what Ukraine needs, and the arrangements between our leaders are often implemented in practice. There hasn't been a single case when Ukrainian president agreed with something with Japanese government and this hasn't been done. In this context, I would like to note that for sure there are the instruments of support that we can open up, like New Horizons. In particular, I would like to remind you that there is Pearl program that provides doesn't just military aid to Ukraine. There is an opportunity to provide non-military, non-lethal aid to Ukraine, and we urge Japan as our partner, as a partner in the region, to join this program. Separately, I would like to note about $6 billion in aid, which is planned for this year to be allocated from your country to Ukraine. It is very important that according to the schedules that exist, this support will be provided already in the first 6 months. It is very important and timely. It is for budget support, but what does it mean, budget support? That's our macro-financial stability. We all know how important it is in the context of martial law. Today, we're meeting in 24 hours after yet another massive attack by the aggressor of many cities of Ukraine, including Kiev. Mr. Ambassador is in Kiev with us and feels the consequences of this aggression. And it is essential that Japan knows about it and provides this support. We'll know how much energy infrastructure was damaged. We saw yesterday a record-breaking number of ballistic missiles during the whole period of this aggression. Over 40 ballistic missiles moving. In total, there were 71 missiles if we take cruise missiles, plus 450 drones. Unfortunately, it becomes a reality, and we see the consequences for the infrastructure, for lots of cities of Ukraine, not just the capital, but also the cities in other parts of the country. So it is essential to talk about the increase of supplies for air defense of Ukraine, and for those systems that exist in Ukraine, we need missiles. A lot of them were used yesterday, for example, and this is the aid which unfortunately can be exhausted because we use them almost every day, and ballistics can be hit down only by a certain type of systems. We know that in Japan there are some systems and some equipment. Again, given the specifics of your country, we understand the attitude to that, but still there are different options. We can talk about Japan helping Ukraine in different ways, sometimes using different mechanisms. Today it is very important that Japan helps us in the field of energy. And even before the last attack, for the whole of January, we had lots of attacks, and Japan immediately reacted to our Ministry of Energy, provided different things from power generators to equipment. Japan has these technologies, and only during the previous Energy Rammstein, which took place 2 weeks ago, Japan declared 140 power generators, 60 transformers, 2 cogeneration plants, and that's what Japan provides quickly and is ready to provide more. So we thank you, Mr. Ambassador, for this help. We also thank Japan for the rehabilitation in your medical centers of Ukrainian military. Yes, this country is far away, but presently the chance to have rehabilitation in your medical facilities is greatly appreciated by our military, and they have the opportunity to do so. We follow the signals from Japanese government about the development of defense capacities and update of security approaches. We only celebrate the steps. It's very important for Ukraine to see Japan as a powerful and far-reaching partner in the area of security. Due to reasons we all understand, Ukraine from its side is also ready to be a strong partner for Japan on the European continent. We can provide our support and our technologies. We know about Japan's interest about sea drones. Ukraine is ready for cooperation. Ukraine is ready for the dialogue. Ukraine is ready to establish and expand contacts both on intergovernmental level and between specific producers in Ukraine. Japan will always be happy to see Japanese companies in Ukraine. We're happy to have that partnership. There are examples of joint partnership, production of arms between Ukrainian and European companies. We can say that such types of defense arms which Japan needs can be jointly produced in Ukraine as well, or jointly by our companies in other parts of the world, so that it comes into practice. A great help would be signing an intergovernmental agreement on transfer of defense equipment and technologies. We hope that very soon we'll finish up the text. The president of Ukraine talked to that with the Japanese government. We remember that we have started this process and we really wanted to end in a logical result. Another important topic in security is a global component. Presently, Asian Pacific region is not the safe region it used to be for a certain time. We see how some countries in the region either directly help the aggressor or indirectly but still do everything for the aggressor to have more income and profits from selling arms, or they provide the aggressor with certain types of spare parts so that the aggressor continues producing drones, missiles, both cruise and ballistic, to murder Ukrainians. And in this connection, the role and place of Japan in this part of the world is extremely important. We can't say that Europe and Asia are very far from each other. Geographically, yes, but mentally we are close now. Ukraine understands what's happening in your region, and of course you do understand what's happening in the European region. European and Asian security cannot be divided, and we are all interconnected. It's great that in this region we have such a partner like Japan, and I'll say yet again that we are also ready to provide our support. As you know, peace negotiations are still going on. Today, Ukrainian delegation arrived in Abu Dhabi. There's going to be a certain round of three-party negotiations: Ukraine, the US, and the aggressor country. Let us hope for positive results. Unfortunately, we do see how the aggressor before the negotiations violates all arrangements, including on energy ceasefire. In this context, I would like to thank Japan, which is dedicated to the peace process, supports Ukrainian position. We would like to thank you for the coalition participation. We constantly see Japanese participants there. We see statements from the Japanese government. It's essential. The process is going on for Ukraine to have reliable security guarantees after peace. And we're also very grateful to all partners who participate in this process, and again, in different ways. But the role of Japan as a G7 part and a powerful one, it's also very important. To finish up, I would like to say that on behalf of Ukrainian government and the president, I can say that we're extremely happy with the dynamics of our bilateral relations. I'll repeat, we are very grateful that we have a very strong ambassador with us, Nakagome-san. With Mr. Ambassador, we had a great practice of negotiations on our cooperation agreement, which we had the honor to prepare to be signed by our leaders. In that agreement, by the way, it also goes about other fields of our cooperation, including, I'll remind to the Mr. Ambassador, some high-tech fields, equipment from Japan, which can also be used in Ukraine. The agreement is very good. It's a 10-year agreement. for more than a year it has been implemented, and grateful again to Mr. Ambassador, who was an extremely important person at the time in the Japanese government for having this agreement. And now we can provide security and stability in Ukraine. Well, very much looking forward to the visit of the Prime Minister of Japan after the elections. You know that Ukraine President also visited Japan several times and is always ready to make yet one more visit. We're always happy when we have contacts on this level. First of all, there's the task of ambassadors and our teams who are working on that. So I wish all the participants of the forum to have fruitful work, further thriving of our relations. Glory to Ukraine. Glory to the heroes. Colleagues, thanks to Igor for this keynote speech, which became an opportunity to draw some intermediary conclusions about what has been done. I'm very grateful for the vectors and opinions that direct us to make our relations and our partnership even more intensive, to develop also new fields, in particular in defense. I would also like to say that when we conceived the forum in 2021, our idea was for it to be, on the one hand, a reason for analysis and assessment of what has been achieved, and to look what else can be done, what else should be initiated and launched, so that our relations become a real strategic partnership. Each new forum became an occasion to assess in a professional ambience what else should be done, what kind of achievements should be prioritized for the future, for the following year. The motive of our forums could be remarked that we are much closer than it may seem. The geography doesn't have a deciding importance when it is about Ukraine and Japan, and this concerns interests and values. Japan is interested in the experience of Ukraine's resilience against Russian aggression, Ukrainian culture, Ukrainian future in the EU. Ukraine with great interest also analyzes the security guarantees of Japan, the uniqueness of Japanese way of modernization with preserving its identity. Our experiences and knowledge are complementary and feed mutual interest. Despite all differences and distance, we still speak the same language, the language of common values, democracy and protection of international law. We also speak the same language in assessing common threats, first of all from the side of Russia and China. For Japan, a rules-based order has never been an empty word. This was mentioned at every forum starting from the very first, and we wouldn't like it to be forgotten now, even though we understand that in the period when mentioning international law causes only compassionate sighs, sometimes skepticism, it is very important that there are still countries ready to stand up to and are standing up to the world of rules and values. And Ukraine is in the front lines of this fight. We are very grateful to Japan for supporting Ukraine in this struggle. This explains the choice of a general topic of this forum. Japan is among the key partners of Ukraine, and the help of Japanese people is noticeable in different fields, in bilateral field and multilateral field, in G7 or Coalition of the Willing. And today's forum is another opportunity for the search for additional ways to strengthen each other in the conditions when threats become even more serious and the number of obstacles become bigger. I wish all of us fruitful discussion, and I would like to ask to turn on Tokyo with the video address from Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Japan, Ayano Kunimitsu.
I believe today's forum will also provide a valuable opportunity for Japanese participants to understand Ukraine's perspective. Please allow me to conclude my remarks with my best wishes for the success of the forum today. Thank you, Jack. Dear Mr. Sorodozuki, Director of the New Europe Center, distinguished participants, I am Kunimitsu Ayano, State Minister for Foreign Affairs of Japan. I am delighted that the annual Japan-Ukraine Forum is being held again this year. Even under Russia's ongoing attacks on infrastructure and the extremely severe energy situation, I express my renewed respect to the distinguished members of the New Europe Center, Ukraine's leadership foreign affairs think tank, for their efforts in organizing this forum. It will soon be 4 years since the beginning of the Russian aggression against Ukraine, an outrageous act that shakes the very foundation of the international order. Throughout this period, I have been deeply impressed by the courage and the resilience of the Ukrainian people, who have stood united against Russia's under President Zelensky's leadership. From the outset of the invasion, Japan has maintained its position of standing with Ukraine and has been working with international community towards the realization of the just and lasting peace. Prime Minister Takaichi's attendance at the online summit meeting of the Coalition of the Willings held last October is an example of concrete action. Japan announced and implemented support for Ukraine totaling approximately $20 billion to date. This assistance not only addresses urgent needs in finance and energy, but also covers a broad range of projects, including debris removal, rebuilding livelihood, promoting agriculture and industry, and strengthening democracy. Regarding the humanitarian demining, in particular, Japan hosted the Ukraine Mine Action Conference last October, leading the international community toward achieving faster, safer, and more sustainable mine action. Japan will continue to support recovery and reconstruction efforts in collaboration with both the public and private sectors. The Russian aggression against Ukraine has starkly underscored the inseparable nature of security in Europe and the Atlantic, and that in the Indo-Pacific region. Amid a persistently challenging global security environment, I consider it highly significant that security experts from both countries reaffirmed the importance of the rule-based order. Furthermore, as relations between our countries are becoming closer, I believe the exchange of views among experts is also valuable for broadening and deepening the scope of our cooperation. Finally, regarding the future of Ukraine, I am sure that the will of the Ukrainian people should be fully respected. As State Minister for Foreign Affairs, I myself have had opportunity to hear the view of deputies of the Ukraine's parliament and other guests visiting to Japan as much as possible. I believe today's forum will also provide a valuable opportunity for Japanese participants to understand Ukraine's perspective. Please allow me to conclude my remarks with my best wishes for the success of the forum today. Thank you, Jack.
І до слова хотів би
And I would like to give the floor to Masashi Nakagoma, Ambassador Extraordinary Plenipotentiary in Ukraine. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy to be present in this forum.
the 6th Ukraine-Japan Forum here in Kyiv, hosted by New Europe Center. Before turning to today's theme, restoring the rule-based order, let me begin with the urgent issue of energy. In this extremely cold and difficult winter, Japan stands with Ukraine and is providing practical, life-saving support in the energy sector. This morning, I like to say to the people in Tokyo that this morning many in Kyiv woke to another bitter cold day of minus 18 degrees Celsius. Indeed, this season ranks among the coldest in 30 years. Russia's repeated attacks on energy infrastructure have forced millions of Ukrainians to endure the season without heating, electricity, and even water. Just 2 days ago, Monday night, the Kyiv and many regions across Ukraine suffered another massive attack on critical infrastructure. Japan has been providing generators, transformers, cogeneration units, and other equipment to help Ukraine withstand the extreme cold. This winter, Japan will provide 138 generators. Of these, 128 are already in storage facilities in Ukraine, as you can see on the screen, ready to be dispatched to the hardest hit regions, and 10 more are arriving soon. Japan will also provide approximately 60 small and medium-sized transformers. All are already in storage in Ukraine, ready for delivery where needed. In addition, Japan will deliver 2 cogeneration units, CZUs, and 13 variable frequency drives, VFDs. Some have already arrived, as you can see on the screen, and the remaining units are expected by the end of March. Japan will stand shoulder to shoulder with Ukraine in this time of need. Although Japan and Ukraine are geographically far apart, our two countries are united by shared values and commitment to rules-based international order. In 2024, as Mr. Jokuba mentioned, that Japan and Ukraine signed the historic bilateral accord for support and cooperation, with the cooperation of Mr. Jokuba. As Prime Minister Takaichi stated at the Coalition of the Willing meeting, Japan remains resolute in its belief that Russia's aggression against Ukraine is an outrageous act that shakes the very foundation of the international order. We firmly oppose any unilateral attempt to change the status quo by force, whether in Ukraine or East Asia. Since the beginning of the full-scale invasion, Japan has been one of the strongest supporters of Ukraine, providing $20 billion US dollars in assistance, including crucial budget support, Mr. Jokuba just mentioned, in the first half of 2026 to help Ukraine address its current financial challenges. Further, the Japanese parliament recently approved a 22.3 billion yen, or about at current rate $143 million in additional assistance under the supplementary budget. We are, however, at a critical juncture in global security. The rule-based international order faces unprecedented challenges, not only here in Ukraine, but across many regions and many forms. International rules and norms are being contested and in some cases violated. Inward-looking tendencies are spreading, while authoritarian states seek to exploit divisions, including through economic coercion, to challenge democratic nations. In such a dire situation, even former champions of the rules-based order speak of the end of an era. Should we accept a world where the mighty prevail and the weak must submit? Emphatically, no. Ukraine should not accept such a world order, nor should Japan, nor any other country. The world has never been perfect, not even in the euphoric days following the end of the Cold War. There have been always setbacks in the pursuit of an international order based on the rule of law. But acknowledging challenges entirely different from surrendering to a world ruled by the strong. As Foreign Minister Motegi recently stated, the basic principle of Japan's foreign policy is and continues to be the maintenance and strengthening of free and open international order based on the rule of law. Consider Ukraine. As I understand, in Abu Dhabi, Ukraine, Russia, and the United States plan to hold the second round of trilateral talks Japan is steadfast in its commitment to work alongside Ukraine and its international partners to achieve peace as swiftly as possible. But does this mean Ukraine should accept Russia's dictates? Of course not. It is vital that Ukraine achieves a just and lasting peace. Such an outcome is essential not only for Ukraine, but also for Japan, for Ukraine's friends and partners, and for the international order itself. For this reason, Japan firmly believes that unity among key international players, including the United States, is indispensable. And we are committed to playing our part in maintaining and strengthening that unity. Japan has participated in the Coalition of the Willing Summit meetings and underscored this point. What about Japan? How is Japan navigating an increasingly uncertain international environment? Where is the Japanese foreign policy heading? The Japan-US alliance remains a cornerstone of Japan's diplomacy. Building a relationship of trust with the United States is crucial for the Japanese diplomacy. That is why Prime Minister Takaichi, after assuming taking off just a week, welcomed President Trump in Tokyo. In the current international climate of intensifying division and confrontation, it is also important to develop cooperative relations with a variety of countries and regions under various frames. For example, Japan is strengthening plurilateral cooperation, such as the Quad, Japan, US, Australia, India cooperation, as well as Japan, US, Republic of Korea, or Japan, US, Philippines cooperation to help realize a free and open Indo-Pacific. And what about Japan's relationship with Ukraine? As Japan repeatedly stated, security of Euro-Atlantic and the Indo-Pacific is closely connected and inseparable. And Japan faces very difficult neighbors. One of Japan's neighbors, North Korea, is not only assisting Russia, but is an active participant of this war. And North Korea is learning the modern warfare and modern technology from Russia. I believe Tokyo must learn from Ukraine the modern warfare being waged here and the rapid technological transformation the country is leading. This is one reason Prime Minister Takaichi decided to revise Japan's national security strategy and related security document. It's not only just drones, but also cyber, IT, medical, rehabilitation, and much, much more. The hard lessons Ukraine has learned and the remarkable innovations Ukrainians have created are of immense value. Japan must learn from them. I have emphasized repeatedly to my colleagues and friends in Japan that supporting Ukraine is not a one-way street. It's a mutually beneficial cooperation. Ukrainians are keen to share their experience and lessons with Japan, and Japan must seize this opportunity to update itself and compete on the world stage. This applies not only to the government, but also to the private sector. Consider the case of demining. Last October, Japan hosted the Ukraine Mine Action Conference, UMAC, in Tokyo, bringing together around 600 participants, including many businesses. Ukrainians have developed affordable yet effective unmanned demining machines and are already deploying mine detecting drones. While Japan has years of experience and advanced technology in demining, we must keep pace with the rapid innovations happening in Ukraine. At UMAC, I urged Japanese demining companies to come to Ukraine, learn from Ukrainians, work with Ukrainians. The government of Japan has actively encouraged Japanese businesses to engage in Ukraine's reconstruction through various programs. Last year alone, 6 public-private business missions visited Ukraine. Through programs of METI, Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry, MAFF, Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries, and JICA, almost 80 Japanese companies are now partnering with or seeking partners in Ukraine across many sectors, including agriculture, IT, infrastructure, health, medical services. Just last month, I'd like to mention that the Japanese government eased the travel advisory for Lviv Oblast, enabling Japanese companies and NGOs involved in reconstruction to travel there. The Osaka Cancer Expo last year was an important milestone in expanding Japanese-Ukrainian business ties. The highly acclaimed Ukrainian pavilion theme Not for Sale sent a powerful message to visitors from Japan and around the world, and it also provided an opportunity to deepen business links. Ukraine's National Day at the Expo offered a valuable chance for Japanese and Ukrainian businesses to meet and strengthen their ties. I am pleased to add that another Japanese mission, a public-private business mission, will visit Ukraine in the coming month. In closing, let me assure you that Japan remains unwavering in its commitment to supporting Ukraine because it's in Japan's interest. The energy support I mentioned at the beginning is just one example. Japan will continue to provide humanitarian, recovery, economic, and financial assistance to Ukraine in pursuit of peace and reconstruction. I hope this forum serves as a platform to deepen academic and policy dialogue, exchange ideas, and build the networks essential to overcoming the profound challenges we face. Дуже дякую. Slava Ukraine!
Дуже дякую, пане посол.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador, and I would like to pass the floor to another ambassador, Yuri Lutovinov, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of Ukraine to Japan, please. Greetings from Tokyo. Dear participants of the forum, dear colleagues and friends, thank you very much for the opportunity to talk to you on the occasion of the 6th forum, Ukraine-Japan. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you for maintaining this important initiative launched by Alona Hetmanchuk and Leohira. I'm happy to see many familiar faces. Mr. Ihor Shokwa, we've worked successfully and closely in the office of the President of Ukraine, the Ambassador Nakagome-san. I was pleased to meet him and start working with him in Kyiv. I'm happy to see the speakers and panelists. I would like to thank the State Minister for Foreign Affairs of Japan, Kunimitsu-san, for her video address and important messages about the support of Ukraine and further development of our cooperation. We are waiting to see Ms. Kunimitsu in Ukraine. The 4th year of this war is coming to an end. It's the most horrible war since the times of the Second World War. And even though this year is different from the previous ones, because the peace process has been started to look for ways to enter the war as fast as possible with the US and our European partners. However, we do not see any Russian willingness to end the war and to make compromises. Russian aggression systemically continues its terror and genocidal war. The last mass attacks against energy and infrastructure facilities prove it. So it's extremely important to preserve unity with Ukraine, keep supporting our resilience in the defense sector, on the battlefield, and in the economy. And of course, we have to maintain pressure on Russia to make this war impossible to wage for Russia. It's important to underline the role of Japan. We are deeply grateful to Japan. Since the start of the full-scale aggression, Japan has been steadfast in its support to Ukraine. It understands clearly the challenges and threats for the security situation in Asia and the whole Indo-Pacific region. Today, Japan is one of the leading donors of financial, humanitarian, and technical assistance to Ukraine. The overall cost of this assistance exceeds $15 billion. the last year is not an exception, even though in Japan the situation is not easy and the internal political agenda is quite dense. We could follow important political events like elections to the parliament, change of the leadership of current Liberal Party, the new government, and a new prime minister has been elected. An election campaign is ongoing because on the 8th of February there will be an early election to the House of Representatives, and even despite this, Japan within its additional budget for 2025 allocated approximately 150 million US dollars in December from the Russian frozen assets. 550 million US dollars were directed to Ukraine in December, and 1.3 billion have to be allocated to Ukraine this year. There was a separate decision in the first half of 2026 to use the World Bank tools to send financial assistance worth 4.5 billion US dollars. We've been discussing a number of humanitarian projects and grants to support life in Ukraine. It's important to mention the project UNIDO with Japanese funding for green recovery of the infrastructure in Ukraine. As Mr. Ambassador already mentioned, it's important to mention successful organization of the international conference on demining in Tokyo. Its result is approximately 120 million US dollars for demining. It's a real chance to bring back Ukrainian citizens and continue using agricultural lands. Ukrainian pavilion in the expo in at the expo in Osaka was attended and so by millions of people, and we are grateful to Japan for the opportunity to showcase our stand. It's an unprecedented opportunity to convey truth about our resilience to the world. A very important event was the Day of Ukraine on the 5th of August with the presence of First Lady of Ukraine, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine, Andriy Sybiha, and Taras Kachka. And on the 4th of August, there was a business forum involving representatives of business communities of Ukraine and Japan. It's one more way to encourage Japanese business to participate in the post-war recovery of Ukraine. We also have other important decisions of the government of Ukraine in January and September. We have many reasons to thank Japan. It supplies vehicles for the military, for the rehabilitation, medical equipment, urgent energy assistance that we especially need now. I'm talking about transformers, generators, cogeneration units, etc. Hundreds of units of heavy equipment, trainings. Japan shows true friendship and true partnership in most difficult times, and this support is invaluable. Even despite the change of Japanese government, since the first hours after election, the new cabinet started active dialogue with Ukraine. There was a meeting between governmental representatives in Tokyo and in Canada. There was a phone call between the President of Ukraine and the Prime Minister Sanai Takaichi, and there were meetings as part of the coalition of the willing reunion involving the Prime Minister of Japan. But today's forum is not only dedicated to the results of 2025, but also to the plans for the future. And it's an occasion to think together how our states can strengthen each other. And all the circumstances that present new challenges and opportunities make Ukraine and Japan deepen the partnership to include new areas. The security situation in Ukraine and in Europe and around Japan and in Asia presents more and more threats and is full of unpredictability. The Russian aggression is ongoing. Dangerous alliances strengthen between authoritarian regimes. There have been exchanges of new military technologies, and these are all the challenges directly touching Ukraine and Japan. The events of the last years have shown that security of Europe and the Indo-Pacific region are closely linked. Moreover, these challenges make our countries adapt, develop, and improve their technologies. The Prime Minister of Japan recently declared that economic growth is impossible without security conditions. So the national security of Japan is the highest priority. In this relation, we have been following with a huge interest the systemic update of defense policy of Japan. And we've been following the discussions about possible changes made to the exports weaponry exports rules, the record budget for defense, which is 2% of GDP. Considering our unique experience of in the modern war against one of the most powerful armies of the world, and our adaptation to the war of attrition and the use of new technologies such as UAVs, our experience in the area of cyber defense and digital solutions, we can become an important partner in these transformations in Japan. It's also about joint research and joint production. We can definitely strengthen each other. We also understand very well that developments of partnership is impossible without a political dialogue at the highest level. In particular, Japanese leadership, the Prime Minister Takai, Chief Minister Motegi, and other members of the government, the leadership and members of the parliament are always very welcome in Ukraine. During the last forum, we've raised the issue of making the relationships between our partners strategic and make a strategic partnership out of it. Ukrainian party is deeply convinced that we have achieved this level of cooperation and we have become strategic partners. We will keep developing our cooperation and we will keep working to be strategic partners. I'm sure that our today's forum, including its ambitious topics of discussions and a high level of participants, will become a contribution into development of new ideas and approaches to strengthen the partnership between Ukraine and Japan. And finally, I would like to use this opportunity to thank the government of Japan and the whole people of Japan for the constant support of Ukraine. I've been in Japan since September, and I can personally feel during all sorts of communication this strong solidarity. We really appreciate that Japan is standing with Ukraine. Thank you for your attention. Glory to Ukraine. Glory to the heroes. Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador. And we won't have any breaks, and we will start the first discussion panel with the moderator, Kristina Zelenyuk. Hello, it's a great honor for me to moderate the sixth forum Ukraine-Japan. Thank you very much for coming here, even despite traffic jams and the weather. I'm happy to see such esteemed guests, and these were very interesting opening remarks from the diplomats and Ukrainian officials. And Japanese officials as well. We have approximately 1 hour for discussion. Can we please show our online participants on the screen? And I will kindly ask all the speakers to respect the time limit of 5 minutes. Our first discussion panel is entitled The War of Democracies Against Dictatorship, a reality check for Ukraine and Japan. To save time, I will introduce each speaker as I give the floor. So I would like to pass the floor to Tomoyuki Yoshida, Chief Executive Director of Japan's Institute for International Affairs. Can you hear us? Good morning.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Супер. Пане Йошіда, так виглядає.
Great. Mr. Yoshida, considering our current circumstances, it looks like not all the democracies will remain democracies. And in the relations between the Ukraine and the US, the relations between the Japan and the US are not an exception. Trump requires to spend more for defense, but also introduces 15% tariffs. Last year, as you were speaking at the Ukraine-Japan Forum, you mentioned that it's important to involve the US in joint work to improve the conditions for durable peace, and the relations between Ukraine and the US have to be restored. After 1 year, knowing what happened in your region, in our region, haven't you changed your opinion, and what Ukrainian lessons have been learned by Japan? Please, you have 5 minutes.
Oh, thank you very much for having me in this important forum. I'm very delighted to be present in consecutive the years. And also, I would like to just mention about the resilience of the Ukrainian people in the midst of the aggression from Russia. I would like to pay tribute to the people of Ukraine. Well, the 1 year passed, and the world is transforming very rapid the first pace. It seems that the United States, led by the President Trump, does not have the quite big interest in preserving their values, such as the human rights, democracy, and rule of law. However, we don't have another alternative rather than to bring the United States to engage for the security of our nation. This is quite a similar situation between Japan and Ukraine. While it is not highly expecting that the United States to join to preserving the rule-based international order or their democracies, however, we need to bring the power strengths of the United States to preserve our peace and security. There is no signal from Russia to be abided by the peace talks. And it seems that Putin does have the intention to terminate the war in the immediate time. So we need to stick together, just not between Japan and Ukraine, but also their partners, the friends in the Europe, to continue to support the Ukrainian efforts.
Дякую.
Thank you very much. It took you even less than 5 minutes. Mikhailos Samos, Director of Geopolitics Research Networks. These days we have consultations in Abu Dhabi between the delegations and with the mediation of the US. Trump announced that he allegedly asked Putin not to strike Ukrainian energy facilities for a week, and in Kremlin they announced that they would stick to the to this commitment for 1 week up to for the 1st of February, but the strikes happened just last night, and the US leadership was not surprised. Many experts emphasize that economic collapse of Russia is approaching, and however, we can see that Russia uses drones manufactured this year. So can we say clearly how much time is needed for Putin to become interested in ending the war, and what Japan can adopt from our experience, because we have common enemies and they learn quickly. Thank you, Christina, for the question. So to answer this question, I can quote Trump himself.
Трамп, я маю на увазі.
Trump justifies and probably gives a positive assessment of Putin's acts. So it appears that Putin kept his word, and he is a good governor of the country, which strikes during low temperatures, so commits war crimes, life. And unfortunately, the president of the US justifies it. He's not saying that it's bad. He's not saying that it's a war crime or genocidal war. He tries to justify it by a plan of which allegedly Putin has, and in his opinion, it's characteristic of the times we live in. So we are currently talking about the restoration of the rules-based order, but it seems to me that we are going in the opposite direction, and we observe how the new world is being built with new principles, and we can say that currently there are 3 empires. Maybe it's not correct to state it, but we have Russia, we have China, and the US, which is different from China and Russia, stating that this territory will be the 51st state and this territory will be 52nd state. Even Russia hasn't been using this kind of discourse, and however, as Trump says that Venezuela can be 53rd state, Putin can state that Crimea will be part of Russia. So it's important to understand that we are trying to keep the world far from collapse, and Ukraine hasn't agreed to capitulate, to seize its territories, and it's been almost 1 year since the argument in the White House between the presidents of Ukraine and the US, and it shows that Ukraine is probably the only country in the world which is openly stating what is going on. And I'm not saying that Ukraine can be a leader, but it can be a very strong actor. Almost 1 year ago, we've shown that Ukraine has its own views, and we will not agree to what the empires suggest, and we will defend not only our national interest, but also the interests of the Europe. And I would like to add that today, the interests of Europe and the Asia-Pacific region are intersecting, and if Russia manages to destroy European unity and NATO, it will be according to the interests of China, who will be able to act in relation to Taiwan. And if we assume that there can be a double strike, I mean simultaneous aggression of Russia against Latvia, for example. Everyone mentions Narva, but according to my assessment, it may be an aggression against different regions. There are other strategically important areas, and another simultaneous operation against Taiwan.
Whether the US is able to correctly react to both acts of aggression, whether the NATO is able to efficiently react against such development events, well, it's pretty doubtful. So to finish up my short statement, I would like to say that actually all countries helping us, they're not just helping us, they become our allies, trying to help us not just to survive, but to preserve at least some rules. It's important that Europe remaining probably the only isle of democratic values, just like other democracies, just like Asia-Pacific democracies. We have to work together to counter both Russian aggression and stopping other attempts, including of our allies. Maybe the US will be an ally empire for us, but it's going to be a new reality. We're going to decide ourselves whether it's good or bad. But in this context, what's important is that we have to preserve our own understanding of values, including Asia, Pacific, and Europe. Thank you. Thank you. We're moving along the agenda very good. Michito Tsuruoka, professor of Keio University. Mr. Tsuruoka, good morning. First of all, secondly, I prepared a very interesting question for you. It is in Japan that the US have the biggest military presence abroad. At the same time, the National Defense Strategy of the US, has been published in January this year, shifts the accent towards the protection of its own territory and the Western Hemisphere. During the last years, Japan concluded agreements in defense and military cooperation with Philippines, Canada, Australia, and will deepen these relations with the UK and South Korea. The global policeman is now absent in the world. We see the defragmentation that's happening. Japan has increased financing of self-defense, forming a new defense doctrine with regard to the lessons of the war of Russia against Ukraine. Earlier, there were lots of talks about Asia and NATO. So how does it look now? Everyone just has to fend for themselves in the world.
Thank you very much, and very delighted to join this again. Yes, the U.S. For Japan, actually the United States is the only treaty ally which is committed to help defend Japan. So this means that the alliance with the U.S. for Japan is at the very center of Japan's security, which has been the case for many years, and which is the case today, and which is highly likely to remain the case over the next decades. So but of course the U.S. is now saying that the top priority is in the Western Hemisphere. So in that context, that the U.S. has been doing various things in its own hemisphere, but at the same time, the countering China is also seen as perhaps the second most important agenda for American national security. So, which is sort of a good news that the United States under Trump is really committed to the Indo-Pacific region, but at the same time that the strategic interest of Japan and the strategic interest of the United States cannot be identical. So that means that Japan needs to do do more on its own defense, which includes the increasing of Japan's defense budget, which is something that the Takaichi government is very much committed to, despite the fact that the general election is coming this Sunday, so no one knows what result we are going to get. But I think given the security environment surrounding Japan, that there is now a more more sort of the stronger consensus that Japan needs to do more in its own security and defense. And in that context, that the two things that I wanted to emphasize, one is that yes, there are in Japan as well, and in Europe and in Ukraine, that there is now a huge level of frustration about the very unpredictability of the United States under Trump. I fully understand that, but still, we share a lot more with the United States than with China, Russia, or whoever. We don't share value. So the United States is still on our side, and it's really too early for us to give up on the United States. That's my first sort of a message or lesson from what we are seeing now in the world. And the second thing is that the Ambassador Nakagome, in his opening remarks, he was absolutely right that Japan's assistance support to Ukraine is not a one-way street. So it's, of course, it's on the surface that it's about the giving assistance to Ukraine from Japan, but at the same time, the Japan has been learning a lot from Ukraine, and Japan needs to learn more from Ukraine. But it's not just about sector by sector learning, like drone warfare and other things, but it's what is at stake, I believe, is much bigger. So because in European discussions as well, that Ukraine has often been seen as a liability for NATO or for European security. But the reality is that the Ukraine is becoming more vital for the purpose of securing, ensuring European defense. So now that the Ukraine is relying on weapons and ammunitions and coming from NATO countries, but at the same time, the Ukraine actually is the only European country which has the experience of fighting against Russians. So that will matter a lot, particularly thinking of the situation after a possible ceasefire or peace. After the war, it will be that the NATO will be very much relying on Ukraine for the purpose of deterring Russia, and in the context of deterrence and defense posture of NATO, that the Ukraine will be a vital a part of European defense, and that is really important for Japan as well, because deterring Russia in Europe is very much in Japan's interest. Because if something really serious happens in Europe, that will affect the situation in the Indo-Pacific region, including U.S. military posture in the Indo-Pacific region. So that is why that it's in Japan's interest to help deter Russia from attacking NATO, and vice versa, actually. It is in Europe's and Ukraine's interest to help deter, for example, China from invading Taiwan, because if something really serious happens over the Taiwan Strait, then, and assuming that the Americans will be involved, then that will have huge impact on U.S. posture, or what could U.S. do in Europe in support of NATO countries. So in that sense, the two regions, Europe and the Indo-Pacific, are really interconnected, and this is going to continue. And based on that, we need to be realistic about what is at stake in our assistance to Ukraine. Thank you very much.
Дуже дякую за таку розгорнуту.
Thanks a lot for such an extensive answer about security challenges and military challenges in general, in particular about Taiwan. We'll talk about that. I hope that we'll have time for the second round of questions to our speakers. Hanna Hopko, head of board of the ANTS network, former head of Foreign Affairs Committee at Ukraine Parliament 2014-2019. Hanna, last year you moderated the first panel of the 5th Forum Ukraine-Japan. And among other things, you said the following: we could only forecast what would be the policy of the new American president. Well, now I think it's obvious to everyone what is Trump's policy. Many people say that we shouldn't rely on the US anymore and deepen our cooperation with Europe. on deterrence of Russia and ensuring our own security. That's very much in our own hands. Others say that without the US, we won't manage it. Current government was elected by Americans. There won't be anyone different, so we'll have to work with who is there, who we have. However, in this context, there is another event, this intermediary Congress elections to the US. Many people forecast, and American press writes a lot about that, the Democrats may get the representatives. If it's so, can Ukraine hope for a miracle and the US is going to restore its military aid to Ukraine, or we shouldn't be hoping for that anymore? Thanks a lot for the invitation. Actually, you shouldn't be making idols, as the Bible says. And I believe that Ukraine, that has become the only adult on the planet, shouldn't be hoping on some kind of special operation on authoritarians in the US. So why is it important? Because our network went to Asia in November. It was South Korea, Japan, Taiwan, and I have some fresh impressions. And since the beginning of Russian invasion in Ukraine, and it's since 2014, that was my 5th visit to Japan. And I can talk about some evolution of perception, what Japan thinks about Ukraine. Since the moment of invasion, when the Green Man appeared in the Crimea. And why I'm talking about that? Because all the previous speakers today were talking about the 4th anniversary of the full-scale invasion, but that's a mistake, a strategic mistake, even on the level of the President of Ukraine and our Minister of Foreign Affairs. We have to say that the 20th of February, this is the start of Russian occupation back in 2014. So the violation of international order happened. Well, we can talk about Georgia as well, but it started since the invasion in the Crimea, when there was no reaction that should have been. Like Sixth Fleet from the US, sanctions from Europe and not building Nord Stream 2. And that's key now. I hope that Ukrainian parliament will vote now, especially as our network has already developed the text, passed it. It's in Stefanchuk's office, so that we announce specific requirements to the world, because all shellings, all attacks that are happening now, these are signs of genocide performed by the Russian Federation. So on the one hand, we thank everyone who comes to Ukraine, who brings generators and so on. But friends, I'm sorry, you can bring millions of generators, but if we don't overtake the Russian Federation and won't force Russia to capitulate, it won't serve to anything. And now about the question in Japan. So in Japan, in November, we presented this report, which is titled Russian War in Europe as a Global Lab of Modern Warfare. And here there are lessons learned and strategic recommendations for Japan, Korea and Taiwan. In this report, we're analyzing where Ukraine has already overtaken our partners from the NATO, jamming, spoofing, electronic warfare, drones. I won't be talking too much about it. You can enter our website and read it. But talking in the Ministry of Defense of Japan, in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and so on, we heard a very important phrase, that Ukraine, from the recipient of aid, became a donor of knowledge, novel technologies. It's very important. On the one hand, I really want to thank Japan, because during the whole 12 years of Russian aggression, Japan has unwaveringly supported Ukraine. I would like to thank the Japanese people for the high level of support and understanding of our fight, why they keep supporting Ukraine. And what our ambassador said, now Prime Minister Takaichi reviews the increase of the budget and new defense and security documents. And here it's important in this context to show Ukraine as an equal player and partner with whom we can build our own defense and military enterprises, and we should spend that money on that. Where do we take the money? Japan has almost 30 billion of Russian assets which are frozen. They can be put in a separate fund, maximize profits from those, That's what the Europeans haven't gathered the courage to do. I mean, the confiscation of assets. When in December last year, they didn't give us the money from the Russian assets, but they found some other scheme for the reparations loan. But we saw the example of Danish model when from the interest of frozen assets, they bought in particular weapons for Ukraine. So there is huge potential here for bilateral cooperation between Ukraine and Japan. Now, friends, I can talk about different scenarios of war completion. Now, there are lots of visits in Kiev, and they test the reaction of Ukrainians. They have this vision. Can you tell, will your president be able to sell a package to the society that will include security guarantees, some assistance for recovery, there will be money for economy, and there will be quick accession to the EU, but you are going to sign a ceasefire agreement with de facto recognition of occupied territories. Yesterday, I told one of them, like, if you keep pressuring Ukraine to sign this bad deal, actually, you are hitting the nail into disintegrating of the European Union. It's like you are digging a hole for yourself. You have to understand that, because 12 years ago, when Russia invaded, didn't want to recognize the aggression. Now Russia performs genocide. You're not helping Ukraine enough. War is in Europe. I'm not saying Russian-Ukraine. It's Russian war in Europe. But you keep doing it instead of killing of Russia and talking about strategy about Russia. Sorry, I'm not too civilized this morning, but you are manipulating. And our center, still back in 2023, produced an endgame scenario where we explained that if we had more help in completing the war, it would have been much cheaper and with less negative consequences. We explained everything. Here there are math calculations. In the end, there is even an annex. History of Russian wars during the last 200 years. So only like the Crimean War, where Russia lost, where it was defeated, then there was calm in the world. So we should still be talking about victory, because this war is still winnable. But this is not a battlefield when they tell us, well, you know, you have lost one more village or something. There are asymmetrical ways to finish off Russia. So there is another philosophy of warfare, and not where they put us and they force us to say, okay, you're exhausted, you are not ready, and so on. In this context, friends, we have prepared a strategy for victory. That's for sanctions, and now we're working on getting the sanctions from the EU, because if sanctions were okay, not 19 packages, but just 2 packages, then the military machine in Russia wouldn't have those resources, and we don't need to kill 50,000 Russians for that every month. And the most interesting about the US, what you were saying, can we rely on them? Can we not? Well, we understood that Europe is now on the menu of the beast. And Greenland lessons and Greenland crisis has shown several macro trends. And in these macro trends, I mean, you can read my article, 10 macro trends after Greenland crisis. But what kind of conclusions has China drawn? China clearly understood that using instruments of external policy, it can legitimize its territorial claims. I'm not talking about Taiwan now. I'm talking about southern Chinese Sea, where they are going to say that it's going to be their area of influence. Because if you read the 6 items, Donro doctrine, where the US saying that they are the kings and nobody can claim the Western Hemisphere, which includes Canada as well. So what does the Prime Minister of Canada does? Well, the great speech with some messages in Davos, like take off the signs. He took off the sign. He said that we shouldn't keep flattering Trump. But where did he run? He ran to China. And tell me, please, when everyone is disappointed Trump and they run to another authoritarian regime where there are concentration camps for Uyghurs, is it democracy saving from the authoritarians of Trump, but run to another authoritarian regime? Is it a strategy? Friends, I'll stop on that, because if I keep speaking, I feel that actually there is a solution what to do. There are specific described steps, but there's a question to all of us. Either we are going to honestly say what's happening, or we continue every day putting new signs that without the US, Ukraine won't be able to, without the US, we're doomed, and Europe included, and won't be doing anything. But in 4 years that Europe was unable to produce its own anti-missile defense, if in 2021 we asked them to close the sky, if they came and helped us. So don't make idols. Europe, Japan, and others have to start building their own game. Somebody was already talking about that. So in this context, I believe that now any attempts to require from Ukraine to capitulate, because after 12 years of fight, the nation of heroes, transforming them in the nation of capitulants, that is humiliation. That in long-term perspective is going to be a slow minor, and actually it's not going to be for Ukraine, it's going to be shame for Europe, and I believe that European Union just won't have a lot of chances to keep. Now, as for NATO, whether it exists still, yes, maybe it exists with the infrastructure and everything, but is there Article 5? Nobody knows, nobody believes in the capacity to protect especially about the tariffs for one members of the alliance. So France and maybe Greenland operation and this 30 million everyone, this may be something about new NATO, new coalition, I don't know, friends, but just give me answer the question. But for us, it's very important to understand that either we hit Russia and Russian imperialists, we kill them off, or we enter a trap. We actually allow into that, and the energy, we saw that. So then I have huge questions whether our entering the European Union is going to have, whether it's going to stay, because what Ursula said, they want to become independent, but I don't see those steps. So we cannot keep saving European civilization as was happening for hundreds of years from the hordes. Here there is Alyssa, and there is a great book on aristocracy of Ukraine, but I don't want our romanticism and aristocracy to be actually the price. It's thousands and hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians who keep dying for the European values, and Europeans aren't even ready to pay enough to allow us not to die, but finish off Russia. Thank you. Thank you. We still have 8 minutes for the second round of questions about the menu of beasts. I really liked it. Now about the axis of evil. Mr. Yoshida, 2 or 3 minutes for the last question, and then we're going to connect the audience for their comments and questions to the speakers. American operations in Venezuela against Iran, they are also attacks on the global axis of evil. Do they expect in your region any steps of the US on weakening China and North Korea? Trump tried to do something during his first term, but his official meetings with North Korean dictator, I mean, we saw what they led to. So does Washington have any real leverage? And what do you expect from the US in your region as for the influence and attacking the axis of evil?
Thank you very much for your question. Take the example of the US attack on Venezuela. This is something different from the conflict in other regions. Obviously, it is an implementation of his Donlo doctrine, prioritize the Western Hemisphere and homeland security. And many of the countries in the world, including those of the global South, didn't react a lot. Of course, this is a violation of international law. There is an argument that may encourage the countries like China and Russia. But this is nothing to do with that. Even though the United States behaved differently, the ambitions of Russia and China and the axis of evil countries will not be affected. Therefore, we should distinguish the cases of Venezuela. And also, maybe this is going to be true in the case of the United States attitude policies towards Iran as well. Thank you.
Дуже дякую. Ну,
Thanks a lot. Well, okay, let's open up questions and comments from the audience. If you do have something to say, please raise your hand. Nobody wants to speak. Then I'll continue. Oh, there is someone. Thank you for such inspiring speech from Hanna. My name is Katerina. I'm from Meshevsky Center, and actually more or less the same messages for Europeans from Volodymyr Zelensky in Davos, but I have a question because I understand that most European leaders, what you're saying, they're aware of that, they understand it, but they don't understand how to bring it to public opinion as everyone counts on their own term for power, that's like 5 or 10 years max, and they expect that during the time of their cadence nothing will happen. And of course that's normally how it happens. So I have the following question, like for example, like in Japan, how it can be communicated with the society so that we could actually shift this vision from the fact that our only protection would be the US because it has that nuclear umbrella, that we actually can build something ourselves and develop the market of defense, the market of weapons beyond the vision of security exclusively from the United States. Who is the question for? To Hanna. But I actually can answer. Not communicating, not trying to bring it home, but doing. Because if you remember what was said this year in European capital, that's 800 billion euro. That's lots of statements about different programs, European Defense Fund and so on. But actually, there was no political decision about European army, joint European capabilities. And it's at least should be common air defense. Now I would like to say again, like, why didn't they close the sky? Because it's a political issue. But again, it's also the military. In Europe, there isn't a single producer of anti-air complexes. There's Germany, which bought a system from Israel, because Israel got the technologies from the US. Their Aegis systems, that's American systems. In Europe, they are lacking. Europe has to approve a political decision to create air defense and to invest in this field. Then, deep strike. Europe doesn't have a single producer of ballistic missiles. Not a single producer. We're talking about that for many years. 800 billion, they are stuck somewhere, and again, nothing is being done. To deter Russia, which can shoot 30 Iskanders of Ukraine, Europe also has to have opportunity to have 50 Iskanders of their own per night on the Russian capital. Then there's going to be parity. Then it's going to be clear. And the third component, which is very important, it's not drones, it's nuclear doctrine. Europe doesn't have nuclear doctrine. When we're talking about autonomy and some issues, while Europe doesn't have its own understanding how to work in the nuclear club, then they are going to treat us as a subordinate in the American system. So these are the components. Well, the fourth component would be joining Ukraine. Getting the understanding of new doctrines from Ukraine, because not just drones, these are doctrines, this understanding, new approaches to the combat. And only 2 countries have that, Ukraine and Russia now. Europe is now not ready. And the US, by the way, are also not ready to fight according to this doctrine. So these are the specific issues. I mean, you can communicate a lot politically, but there are things to be done, some specific things, and they know about that. We talk about that, but actually don't try to ensure European security. I believe that he is a bit mistaken in that. Thank you. Thank you for meaningful conversation. I would like to support the idea spoken by Hanna presenting her speech that we have to look at the events as war in the center of Europe. But another important emphasis to make, and I believe it's very important, is to remember that in Europe they didn't notice the attack of Russia on Chechnya back in 1994.
And actually, the area has expanded, but the tools were used many years ago, and I've always paid attention to the declarations of Chechnya leadership, and they were saying that we were telling it, and they were saying that Ukraine has to be very cautious and very attentive. And I recently stressed that Russia is diverting the attention of the whole world using the negotiations just to get ready to the next attack, to the decisive attack. And they want to use Kadyrov option, and these lessons are of extreme importance for Ukraine. We cannot overlook any of them. So I think that all the initiative centers that are politically active in Ukraine have to be part of this wider front. In the past, Ukraine could initiate the anti-Bolshevik resistance in Europe, and that's also the anti-empire resistance. We have a long tradition of it, and we've been using it. So I wanted to ask you whether you think it makes sense to establish a broad front in Ukraine, include all those who are in the territory of the current Russia, who are fighting for their independence, and make it a big European platform. It would be a strong step, of course, with the support of Japan, because during my stay in Japan, I wrote an article which is still relevant in my opinion. In the end of it, I wrote that we have to learn from Japan and be united with Europe. And what really brings us close with Japan is old values, but new force, new strength. We can see that the energy which is which nourishes people is in decline, and this energy, this strength is present here, even though many were afraid of it, but Ukraine insists that this energy, new energy with deep roots, is in morale, in values. Thank you. I would like to hear whether you are ready to initiate this broad front and new platform. Thank you very much, Larissa. I think that it is a very pertinent historical analysis and historical parallel, because the anti-Bolshevik bloc of people, even without a state, an independent state, could put efforts, and there was a clear understanding why the prison of people, the Soviet Union, could not exist, should not exist. We have many representatives of indigenous people of the Russian Federation who are fighting as part of Ukrainian armed forces. Chechnya residents, for example, they see a window of opportunities in it, and Kiev is the basis of Kyiv Rus, and we do have a certain historical mission. We can provide a platform for those who fight for the independence of their respective people, for them to be able to publish text in their native languages and do everything for the sake of their peoples. But I'm not talking about the good Russians. And there have been resolutions and of the Parliament of Ukraine, and there is a draft law in the Parliament staying there for over 1 year. It's related to the support of national movements in the territory of Russian Federation, and it's a manifestation of this Ukrainian energy. I personally think that Ukrainian victory is the best security guarantee, not the Article 5, not the presence of Western soldiers, but Ukrainian victory is the guarantee of security of our future generations. I just recently said to the British colleagues, if you helped Ukraine earlier, you could build your relations with Yakutia, Buryatia, Tatarstan, so you could have new economic alliances. Why is it important for Ukraine to put an end to Russian empire? Because for Japan it's also a matter of the occupation of northern territories, and we had another document in our parliament related to that. It's just that our partners are afraid to cross the red lines that they created for themselves, but we need to have a vision for the future, the vision of the future free world. The New Europe Center phrased how the international order has to be restored. However, most in Europe do not acknowledge, are afraid to talk about the destruction of the previous rules-based order, but it finally happened when the Canada was called the 51st state, but even up until now they keep saying that NATO still exists. It will help if there is an attack against Latvia. So in this sense, the Europe Center was ahead of everyone else, saying that it's no longer there, this order is no longer there, and we need to think about new concepts and new doctrines. We have to look for the added value of our Ukrainian unique experience, but nothing should be at the expense of Ukraine. Thank you very much. Sorry, we don't have time anymore. There will be a last round of remarks. I would like to pass the floor to Mr. Tsuruoka for the closing remarks. 2027 risks for the region, risks for Taiwan. What's the message towards Ukraine in relation to this, please?
Thank you very much for discussion. Yes, the how to deal with the very unpredictable United States, that's still very much a big challenge in this year. And but the two things I wanted to emphasize, and first is that for deterrence and defense, it's quite clear, it's simple that you need weapons and ammunitions. So you need to be ready. And that's really a huge challenge for Japan, actually. So and that's one thing. And second, even if you have weapons and ammunitions, that's not enough. So at the end of the day, what is the most important is a political willingness. So political willingness, in the case of Japan, inside Japan, that's important. But at the same time, how can you make your allies serious? So for Japan, it's about getting Americans involved. And so people ask, not in Japan, not only in Japan, but also in NATO countries as well, people keep asking whether American commitment is credible or not. Yes, I fully understand why we need to keep asking this question, but the lessons from Ukraine or from other cases, Afghanistan, is that nothing is decided in advance. So whether the United States will help you or not, nothing is decided. So you can change. So Japan or Ukraine or NATO countries, it's our job, and we can influence American calculations. So a lot depends. The Ukraine has been really a great example of organized American support. So since 20.
Пане Сорока, мушу вас зупинити.
Mr. Soroka, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Thank you very much. Sorry to interrupt you. We don't have much time, so please, Mikhailo Sama, it's over to you. Yes, I would like to continue about the anti-empire struggle and the center in Ukraine. For it to happen, we need to act, not just to speak. I would like to give an example of Transnistria. And if we talk about the start of destruction of an empire, we should start with Transnistria because Ukrainian agency can be demonstrated through this example. Russia will use it very quickly to achieve destruction of Ukraine, Moldova, Romania, but and even if Europe steps aside, I guess it will help us to become to have agency in this process of destruction of the empire. That's it. We've exhausted our time. Thanks, dear partners from Japan, for joining us, and everyone is welcome to the coffee break.
starting our second panel. I will still switch to English if you don't mind. Dear colleagues and friends, excellencies, we are starting our second panel of our forum that has to do with ad hoc alliances and different kinds of partnerships that are emerging. For our online guests and speakers, just give us, I think, yet another minute, because we are still assembling our colleagues here in the room. Шановні колеги, дуже запрошую.
Dear colleagues, you are all invited to join our discussion.
Friends, as already mentioned, the second panel of our conversation and forum has to deal with ad hoc alliances and ambitious partnerships. And as has already been discussed during the first panel, we are meeting in unprecedented times, in moments when the rules-based international order is essentially under huge and unprecedented strain. The Russian aggression against Ukraine has shattered security considerations, not just in Europe, but far beyond the Euro-Atlantic space, including other regions, including the Asia-Pacific region. We are meeting in times when we have to unfortunately admit that there is a return of hard power, there is a return of the normalization of wars as a political tool, and increasingly what we see as a result is that there is a growing importance of different kinds of coalitions that are flexible, that are very often not value-based but interest-based, and sometimes explicitly temporary. At the same time, traditional institutions are very often appearing to be too slow, too inefficient, too divided, and I can say that for sure as somebody who has been working quite some time in the United Nations. This is unfortunately one of the features of our times right now, and in the place of these traditional institutions, we are seeing different other formats emerging, such as the coalitions of the willing, the ad hoc security arrangements, and minilateral partnerships that are promising to be more flexible, more efficient, and more speedy. So today's panel brings together expertise from both from Ukraine and from Japan to look at the intersection of security considerations in Europe and in the Asia and Asia-Pacific region, at the cooperation, the absolutely worrying cooperation between Russia and North Korea, speaking also, I hope we will be speaking also about the Chinese factor as one of the major challenges, not just for other Asian countries, but for Europe's continent as well. And in order to do that, we have a brilliant panel, and I am really happy to state that we have Ken Endo, professor from the Tokyo University, with us. A warm welcome to you, Professor. Yuri Poita, head of the Asia-Pacific section at the Center for Army Conversion and Disarmament Studies. Dmytro Shulha, Europe and the World Program Director at the International Renaissance Foundation, Natalia Butyrska, who is an expert on East Asia and associated senior expert at the New Europe Center, and Tsuyoshi Goroko, who is associated fellow at the Nishogashu University. A warm welcome to all of you. And in order to kickstart this discussion, I would like to start with the blitz, meaning that you have roughly 30 seconds, maximum 1 minute. And I would like to talk about the immediate security threats that we are looking at in the foreseeable future, and I'm talking about 2026, maximum 2027. In the expert circles and also sometimes in the intelligence circles that get public or get leaked, there is 2027 as a year that is very often cited as the year when something is to happen in the Asian region, and I think everybody understands what I'm alluding to. So my question to all of you, and I think I would start perhaps with our offline colleagues here and then transition to our online colleagues. Do you anticipate in 2026 or 2027 a major military conflict in Asia? And if yes or if no, then why? Just very briefly to kickstart this discussion. Natalia, why don't we start with you?
Thank you very much for inviting me, first of all, to participate in this forum. You know, it's very hard to predict such a conflict. There are some elements indicating that the situation is tense. Some things indicate that China is getting ready in the military sense, and we can definitely state that the world is in unrest and the conflicts are possible, but it's hard to predict, and even the military experts cannot definitely state whether this tension will evolve into an open conflict, or maybe Trump, who is attempting to maintain calm relations with China and not to raise the topic of Taiwan, will manage to keep his control over the situation. Thank you. Dmitro?
I cannot predict the future, but I think there are factors in favor of the conflict and factors deterring the possibility of the conflict. Of course, the major deterring factor is the United States security guarantee. Whether it will be there, whether it will be reliable, whether other powers will not be tempted to test those guarantees. It depends on many factors which can occur, various events which can occur this year or next year. We cannot predict what will happen in 1 week or 2 weeks in U.S. foreign policy and security policy. So I'm not so sure I can predict the year of 2027. So we need to be prepared.
Yeah, nobody has a crystal ball here, and we will definitely talk about security guarantees as such. And I'm now turning to our online colleagues. Why don't we start with Professor Endo? Just very briefly, please.
Well, thank you, Alessia. Thank you for the invitation, first of all. I think I somewhat concur with the first speaker, was it Natalia, I think? We may have some bad news about perhaps Taiwan, situation over Taiwan, as Mr. Trump is planning at least 2 summit meetings, perhaps 4. I don't think 4 is too much, perhaps. But anyway, over the top of Japan or many other countries, U.S. is somewhat leaning toward Beijing. And actually, I don't have to remind you all, to the fact that the U.S. had a somewhat, I wouldn't say tradition, but some precedents of sending bad signals to the opponents, just like Acts Online, inducing the Korean War, and perhaps the Kuwait's ambassador sending bad signal to Saddam Hussein. So what I'm afraid of over the next 1-2 years is to have a situation where the U.S. send a bad signal to Beijing, and then Xi Jinping might miscalculate, so that they might do something really bad in that region. I stop here.
Thank you. And I'm switching to Professor Goroku.
First of all, thank you very much for inviting me to this very important forum. And I just want to say that I cannot listen to the first speaker because maybe translation problem, just my problem. But actually, I'm echoing and what Professor Endo Ken told us. And yes, it's very difficult to predict even 1 and 2 years futures. But as other panelists pointed out, the determining factor is Trump administration's attitude vis-a-vis China. Well, actually, I think for over the past year, I think the United States sent a mixed signal. For example, Defense Secretary Peter Hegseth took the more confrontational attitude vis-a-vis China, but at the same time, his president Trump is emphasizing the importance of the G2. So it likes that the U.S. is now leaning on that, making a deal with Xi Jinping, and we are concerned. We have been concerned about great power competition before, but now we are concerned more about great bargaining between China and Japan. So if these mixed signals continue to send to China, China tempted to do something. So it leads to their calculation smoothly. That is a dangerous factor, I think.
Thank you very much. We will be definitely touching upon the Chinese factor today. And last but not least, Yuri, you have 30 seconds to 1 minute to answer this slightly provocative question.
Дуже дякую за запрошення, дуже дякую за таке запитання. Я, напевно, не буду.
Thank you for the invitation. Thank you for this question. I will not be unique in my answer. We do not understand how the decisions are made in China, what they pay attention to, what they deem key in their decision making. But from the point of view of classic theory of threats, the threats consist of the first element, intent. The intentions do not change. Second, it's the possibility to realize the threat, and China is growing its opportunities as well as North Korea, which means the threat is growing. And third thing is a good moment. If China decides that the good moment has come and there are opportunities, of course there will be a very high probability of global conflict. So then we will have to follow these three elements, and I think it will help us to predict and understand what can happen next.
I'd like to start our conversation with bridging Ukraine and Japan, and talk about the security cooperation in the light of the coalition of the willing. We in Ukraine have welcomed the fact that Japan has joined the coalition of the willing, but I have to say there is not so much information out there about the nature of Japan's contributions. We of course understand the legislative constraints on lethal support, but maybe Professor Endo, you could start by talking a little bit about Japan's participation in the coalition of the willing, shed some light on what exactly this is based. And of course, there is a second question which is very often discussed in Ukraine, and that is the lethal support, including the Hawk air systems that Japan has, but of course its constraints again by legislative measures inside the country. Do you think there is a bit of a movement inside either the political circles or expert circles on providing Ukraine the Hawk systems, and going beyond just looking at coalitions in a more broader terms? What do you think can Japan learn from the coalition of the willing that has been created to support Ukraine, and what are sort of the lessons of sometimes willingness, or rather unwillingness, of certain countries to actually provide sustainable support?
Oh, thank you very much indeed for the is it okay?
We can hear
for
you.
the I would say insightful questions. The first about the coalition of willing. I think you could rely on us based on the fact that we have already provided, many of the supports, in terms of financial terms, we are the fifth biggest contributor to Ukraine, and we are prepared to continue to do so. But the silence may have derived from the fact that we are busy, we are busy dealing with this, disruptive U.S. government, which is the only ally for us. And second, from the domestic internal turmoils, leading up to the, general elections, which is ongoing now. So, basically, the foreign ministry, I think, is watching what will come about, from this coalition of willing, to what extent the other, like-minded nations are going to do. I think we are in line with, on the same page as other European nations, and we would reach up to the maximum that allows us constitutionally to do to support Ukraine. Now, personally speaking, I think Japan should go beyond what we have done, just providing non-lethal assistance, but and also non-military, personnel. I think we should dispatch the self-defense forces personnel to help, to mine sweep, both on the land as well as on the sea, Black Sea. It's debatable whether we could go even beyond that. They try to supply the sort of anti-drone, anti-missiles weapons. But I think by doing that, perhaps Japan would learn, how to in terms of data and so on. And by going into that terrain, I think Japan would obtain some sort of insight and skills from Ukraine about this drone led warfare and so on. But if I can have a little bit more time, or should I stop? But you talked about the sort of lessons derived from this coalition of willing. Should I go, or I should stop here?
Yes, that would be great if you could elaborate a little bit about the lessons learned on coalitions.
Well, this is the difficult part. Yeah, okay. This is the difficult part. On the one hand, apparently U.S. administration is on board, right? That is somewhat encouraging, to help out those who are under attack. even from this current U.S. administration, they are willing to be part of that coalition of winning. That is really welcome. But at the same time, it seems to me that many of the partners, not just United States, but also many other European countries are sort of hesitant in providing the real-time substantial security guarantees toward Ukraine. I think whatever the fudging exercise could be, the Article 5 NATO or sort of security guarantees may well be short of really guaranteeing the security in the post-war period. And I think here we are entering into the perhaps the new era of post-liberal international order type of period. So that on the one hand there are some positive elements, but on the other hand, we feel, at least I feel, from Japanese viewpoint, I feel the limit of the coalition of winning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I would like to turn to Professor Kuroku now, staying a little bit on that topic of security guarantees and basically collective security, of which coalitions of the willing or other minilateral alliances are an attempt to provide those guarantees. Now, we are looking now with great concern, I have to say, I mean collectively, globally, at everything that happens around the US administration, issues such as Venezuela, such as Greenland, and I think everyone in this room and in this conference can go on citing what those very frightening moments of 2026 and looking beyond are meaning for the global security. So essentially, looking also at the European domain, many, and this has already been discussed during the first panel, many are alluding to the fact that NATO might not exist any longer. Nobody knows what would the US administration do if something were to happen in the Baltic region or any other region. So my question to you would be, is this the world that we are embarking on, where security guarantees basically no longer exist, even if they exist on paper, in articles of certain international treaties? And what does that mean specifically for Japan from your point of view, where Japan is very much reliant on US military support and certain guarantees that you have? So how worried, in other words, how worried are you in Japan currently?
Thank you very much. Before to answer your question directly, briefly, how the war in Ukraine has impact on the Japanese perception of security guarantee. As you know, the U.S. security guarantee under the Article 5 of the U.S.-Japan Security Treaty has been very important for the generating deterrence, and so it has been the cornerstone for the Japanese security for more than half centuries. And the war in Ukraine reminded Japan of how important it is to have such guarantee, because Russia continued to attack Ukraine while avoiding clearly direct attack or aggression against NATO territory. But at the same time, this war also showed us that simply being in alliance or having an alliance is not sufficient. So another big lesson that Ukrainian people bravely taught us is that the world will only help those who help themselves first. So it is self-evident for you right now, but after many years of heavily dependent on the US for security, it is something that have become easy to forget in Japan. So this lesson is now clearly reflected in Japanese current security strategic document, which were prepared in the first year of the war in Ukraine and adopted in December 2022. So now, based on this document, Japan is currently implementing three types of line of effort. So the first is strengthening its own defense capability at the unprecedented level, increasing the defense budget and historically controversial, but acquiring counter-strike capability. However, this shift in security policy should not be understood as Japan distance itself from the United States and going its own way. The importance of the alliance is growing, not only in terms of the Japan security, but also in maintaining the status quo in the region. So as the second line of effort, Japan is now trying to strengthen the alliance mechanism and transform the alliance more integrated way. While the more European call for the strategic autonomy, Japan is now more transformed alliance integrated way. At the same time, as Ambassador Nakagome pointed out, Japan has expanded the bilateral and unilateral security and defense cooperation with like-minded countries such as Australia, South Korea, and the Philippines, and the European countries, of course, including Ukraine. Of course, these frameworks are not formal alliance, so does not constitute security guarantee, but they are widely recognized as a deterrent multiplier. So these three complementary efforts are very logical response by Japan's to the deteriorating the security environment. Now, as you pointed out, regarding the question of U.S. security guarantee under the Trump administration, yes, even in Japan, there is a concern about the U.S. credibility, despite its commitment to defense of the Japan. And I think this is very natural given their unpredictable action over the past year, especially handling of war in Ukraine and its confrontational attitude toward the Europeans alike. But from Tokyo's perspective, there seem several types of the concern. First, there is a question of whether U.S. will really shift its defense resources to the Indo-Pacific region or not. This is a question of the capability or resource allocation. And the second is the question whether U.S. would fully commit to the defense of its ally, including Japan. This is question of will of resolve. And the third, there is growing concern, as I said, about the U.S.-China great power bargaining that may sacrifice the interest of allies and partners. And of course, another important element for the deterrence is how adversely like China and Russia and North Korea interpret this U.S. security guarantee. So in this sense, Japan and Europe share a common concern. These Russia, China, North Korea may perceive U.S. security guarantee as weakening, and it leads the strategic calculation more easily. So in this growing doubt about the security guarantee, theoretically, someone called for the pursuing its own indigenous nuclear weapon or seeking as an ally exists as a plan B, but neither is a realistic option for Japan right now. So, and also additionally, tie with like-minded country, especially in Asia, is the United States has a crucial role to play. So it is important, but it cannot be replaced with the formal alliance with the United States. So there is no alternative but to pursue and strengthen current line of effort. What the previous Japanese speaker said in the previous session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. And I want to switch this discussion now from discussing security alliances and security guarantees to rather security threats. And when we are talking about this particular region, the Asia-Pacific or Asian region as such, of course, there are those two elephants in the room, and that is China and North Korea as the biggest security threats for not just the region actually. And I would like to stay online, since usually it's the online speakers that gets less attention. Now I would like still remain on the online front here, and I would like to turn to you, Yuri, and talk a little bit about China and the Chinese threat as you see that you have been professionally in that front and in this area for quite some time. And I would like to get a bit of your perspective of how you see China as a common strategic challenge for both Europe and Asia, because we are increasingly, uncertain in those geopolitical times about the US administration, as we've already said, and certain countries start to flirt with China. Especially from the European countries, but not just Europe. It's Canada with the trade deal that made the breaking news and front lines of major international newspapers. There was a recent visit of Keir Starmer to China. So there is a bit of this understanding that some countries are trying to hedge in terms of their security considerations, trying maybe to play ball not just with the US, but trying to approach China. So do you think there should be more convergence between Europe and those Asian countries, not to create competition when it comes to cooperation or non-cooperation with China? Is there lack of understanding of the threat and not understanding that you rather have to work together rather than approach the Chinese threat? What is your thought? What are your thoughts on these?
По-перше, дуже дякую за
First of all, thanks for the opportunity to speak about elephant in the room. And thanks for this rather wide and comprehensive question about the Chinese threat, both in the Asian Pacific and the European regions. And also about combining these two regions, combining these two theaters, and also how Europeans see China, whether they see it as a challenge, as a threat, or maybe as a sort of stabilizer to hedge all these risks. I'll try to be very brief when speaking the main points. First, if we talk about China as a threat, as a challenge in the Pacific region globally, I'll just outline several trends and my observations that lately. Actually, the biggest threat for the Pacific region, and it's a long-term trend, this Chinese military construction, which has been going on for a long time. This training the People's Army in China, which becomes more comprehensive, more intensive. When I say more comprehensive, it means real preparation for the combat. Secondly, is Chinese gray zone operations that they also use more intensively, sending their planes and ships to the shores and to the airspace of their neighbors, including Japan, Korea, Philippines, and Taiwan. That is also among the elements to test the alliances of the US with the countries of the region. The third trend is this so-called military and civilian emergence between the civil and military sector in China, and the attempt to build this comprehensive system with the help of which a civilian element will help in the military action. One of the vivid examples was the recent military training with the use of thousands of ships in coordination with the fleet of China, which can be an element of the skill chain and development and prevention of intervention of the US and into any conflict. This really complicates the situation. As for new observations, there are two of them. For several months ago, I visited a roundtable in Taiwan. There was a representative, former Japanese admiral, and he delivered a presentation on the Chinese threats for Japan. And the summary of the presentation, I'd quote, would be that training People's Army of China can enter its final stage of invading Taiwan. He didn't clarify what means final stage. Is it a year or 2 or 3, and how long is it going to last? But this also tells us about the expansion of this threat. A Korean general from South Korea, a retired one, also drew 2 conclusions. First one, that intelligence capacities of China in the region have grown a lot, and this threatens destabilization in the situation of the region. And secondly, that the conflict around Taiwan, if China starts it, it will surely be making attacks on American and Korean Japanese objects on the territory of this country to prevent their intervention into the conflict. So these threats become wider, become more comprehensive and challenging. If we make a very brief transfer to the threats from China and Europe, here there are several observations. First of all, that became a trend, that China became a key enabler of the Russian war, and its technological support is only growing for Russia. Secondly, we continue documenting coordinated actions of China aimed at dividing Europe and transatlantic connections, including the latest policy of the US. And in this way, China tries to weaken Europe and European institutions and create conditions so that Russia also was a threat for Europe. A third element to note is restriction of rare earth elements. We know that China is a monopolist in producing and processing those materials, and it has already created export control and tests it, using it also for Europe, and started doing it for Japan. Actually, it can undermine opportunities for European and Asian countries to produce arms. According to some estimates, if China stops supplies of rare earth elements, then in a month, just in a month, European industry will stop. And the latest item is the connection of warfare theaters. Mikhailo already talked about that in the previous panel. From time to time, the NATO General Secretary General talks about it, that actually China has a strategic interest for Russia to threaten Europe on the constant basis, or even to invade Europe. Then it is going to enable China to better have its Taiwan operation. Does Europe understand it? According to my observations, there are signs of that understanding, but something also shows that there are voices that can go stronger about Europeans improving relations with China. For now, that's it. I'll stop here, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. Thank you, Yuri.
Turn to this other threat that we have already that we have started talking about, and that is the North Korean threat. And I would like to turn now to our offline panelists. Natalia, I know that you have been researching the Russia-North Korean nexus for quite some time. You are now working on a research paper, a memo on that, so we would be definitely thrilled to get a bit of insights from your point of view on this nexus, and how this cooperation between Russia and North Korea is changing the security calculus in Asia. Because something that what we are speaking of usually in Ukraine is that, unlike Europeans, the axis of evil is very much learning from each other. Unlike Europeans, the North Koreans are on our front lines, and they are getting this first-hand experience of the very innovative warfare that is unfolding every single day on our front lines. The technical cooperation between China and Russia is also changing. So definitely those countries are getting more understanding of how warfare will be fought in the foreseeable future. So how do you think this influences the security calculus currently?
Дякую дуже за можливість.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak again. Yes, for sure. And also thank you for reminding that we work thanks to the grant and the program that we have from the Renaissance Fund for 18 months. Focusing on the Asian region, particularly Eastern Asia, it allows us to study, to write about that, to study it, and to spread this information on different platforms. And as for North Korea, I would like to come back to 2022, June, to the statement of Prime Minister of Japan at the time. He said that today is Ukraine, tomorrow it could be Eastern Asia. At that time, we really appreciated this phrase because it helped to accumulate assistance of Japan, South Korea to Ukraine. It seemed to us that this is a very good declarative statement, and it was maybe said intentionally by the Prime Minister, especially in the part of heading in G7 to support Ukraine, as Japan is our friend in Asia. But it seems to me that we underestimated the realism of this evaluation. It wasn't about superficiality that we see. It was about the fact how Japan invests in this in the security space around us, they count some meanings into that, and how it tried to draw attention of Europe in particular, that the threats in Pacific region, they are mutually related and they cannot be separated. So it is hard for Japan still to knock on doors of Europeans to connect these joint threats. And now we understand how right was Prime Minister at the time, because the representative of East Asia actively in this or that way participate in the war of Russia against Ukraine. On the side, who is on the side of evil? North Korea and China, both indirect and direct participants. On the side of good, there's the assistance of our partners, Japan and South Korea. So no other region is like East Asia. We are all very connected, and the way how the war unfolds in Europe and how it is going to finish, that's also going to seriously reflect and give consequences to the Pacific region. And when we answered the question whether China is going to wage war against Taiwan or not, depending on how the war finishes, what kind of signals are going to be right, that's how the events are going to unfold. But coming back to North Korea, for many it has become pretty unexpected, the engagement of North Korea into this war, Russia against Ukraine. Here it seems to me that we should mention that North Korea is an underestimation of evil, which has now been revealed. Because I remember very well a TV broadcast with a professional, well-known journalist. It was back in 2023 in summer, and when I said that North Korea may very seriously help Russia because it has a lot of weapons, this journalist laughingly said, "They do? And can you imagine if they start sending weapons? What will America do? It's going to explode those wagons." And you know, the program finished at that point. And a lot of time has passed since, but I still have that feeling that I haven't answered. So it was interrupted, and I mean, my professionalism was just actually had the line drawn under it. But time has shown that North Korea did have a lot of weapons, 40% of weapons which Russia had and used. I mean, artillery shells, were they provided by North Korea. What does North Korea do now? But we actually have to say that North Korea sent its own military, without any doubts, 15,000 soldiers. And no matter how we estimate or underestimate their capacity, still we have to say that they helped Russia, unfortunately, to move away our Ukrainian military from Kursk region. We shouldn't reject that. If somebody sent 15,000 military for us, even if we stood along another line, it would still have helped us. North Korea continues sending the so-called engineers and different assistance to Russia, and they have no limits in this power. Moreover, they actually send them to work in military factories, and North Koreans are very industrious, very disciplined, and they are professional. So this underestimation existed. There were skeptical signals sent to the society, but this underestimation still exists in Europe because we don't see due reaction that North Korea receiving experience and improving its capacities in weapons production, increasing its potential. Actually, it creates a direct threat to Europe because the military complex of North Korea and Russia is there now integrated between each other, and it was saying that Russia can attack one of NATO countries. We shouldn't forget that Russia already has a worked out mechanism of cooperating with North Korea, which will help Russia and on any platforms. Then as for Eastern Asia, North Korea has acquired huge experience of contemporary war. They now produce UAVs with the help of Russia. They improve their technologies, and very quietly Russia provides some technologies. In particular, there was information about small nuclear reactors for submarine. North Korea wanted to have that for a long time, but now, thanks to the participation in the war, it will have it. And there are lots of other types of weapons that North Korea receives thanks to Russia, and that North Korea improves in battlefield. Let's remember KM-2334. That's a ballistic missile which hit, and everyone laughed that North Korea is unable to produce weapons, and now unfortunately it destroys our cities with great precision and murders our people. Well, this weapon can actually hit neighboring countries as well, because we believe that North Korea is a threat both for Japan and for South Korea. So here it's all very connected, it's pretty obvious. And again, the question is the following: why it is so profitable for North Korea to participate? Not only because it improves, it gets money, not only because it has diplomatic support from Russia, but because it hasn't received a good answer from our Western partners. So, like, how did North Korea suffer from participation in the war? I mean, even in the level of International Criminal Court, or maybe some international liability, well, we don't even have a discussion that North Korea should be punished for that. Moreover, our experts, having taken apart those missiles, KM-2334, they found spare parts from Western countries produced in 2023 and 2024. What we are saying, that all the sanctions against North Korea that existed still exist against Russia and weapon production. I mean, it's all pretty conditional, because this is a country that continues to send arms to Russia. And this is why North Korea will be behind the scenes of those conversations. It is only going to strengthen not just its potential inside, but also the international status, because it is thanks to participation in the war that North Korea raised its level up to being a global player. And being next to Xi Jinping and Putin at the parade, Kim Jong-un has shown that now he is together with these two forces, and he can somehow, on the one hand, direct his military power, on the other hand, direct this global potential towards international processes. And that is why Kim Jong-un, which used to run to meet Trump before, now he simply ignores all invitations. He is not interested. Before the US propose something and agree to the conditions he puts up, in particular to recognize their nuclear status. In another case, he just has no interest, and the instruments of influence and pressure have been lost. So now we are at this stage, and both self-perception of North Korea and the North Korean threat, and therefore then without joint efforts this threat is only going to grow.
Mentioned the times of return of hard power are now, unfortunately, and this is one of the features of the global landscape that we have embarked on yet again. as global citizens, I would say. And I would turn on that note to Dmytro. The title of your program is Europe and the World, and that's why I would like to have a slightly more global assessment of what we have now discussed, and essentially the fragmentation that is happening not just in the West and in Europe, but all over the world is one of the features of today, of nowadays. And those different alliances that we have been speaking about are increasingly interest-based, not necessarily geography-based. Do you see that also the same way, or how will international cooperation look like in the foreseeable future?
Thank you very much for this question, and thank you very much for this very interesting discussion. I really enjoy being part of it. Try to contribute with just several points. First, why we are talking so much about the United States today? We are taking part in the Ukrainian-Japan Forum, but we are talking so much about US. This can be explained by the very simple fact that US security guarantees has been, until recently, the major factor in keeping international security, global order. United States has unmatched capabilities to project security, to project force in any part of the world, in any part of the globe. That's why US is relevant for Europe. That's why US is relevant for Asia. No other country, no other state in the world has such a capability. But when we are talking about alliances, meaningful alliances which can provide security guarantees and security deterrence effects against potential threats, you need to take two key factors to assess possibilities. First is security, strategic alignment of the countries, strategic alignment of the security assessment of the values, foundations on which this alliance is based. And second factor is capacity. So now we have the crisis of US keeping the capacity, but revisioning its security vision, its foreign policy vision for the whole globe. Maybe still for Japan, for the East Asia, maybe still not yet that dramatically as it is seen now in Europe, because so far we see in the United States statements and in recently published national security, national defense papers, strategic plan of the State Department, we see a commitment to manage relations with China, to avoid confrontation, to avoid conflict, but manage somehow this rise of China. And for that they need to have a strong position for negotiations, and for this strong position in negotiations they need to build capacity, deterrence capacity in the East Asia, and to develop and to maintain alliances with Japan and Taiwan and South Korea. But why we are talking so much about Europe today and connections with East Asia is because basically we are learning from each other, and it is very wise thing to learn from each other, because there is actually a lot of things to learn. One of the things is, of course, to learn. I mean, for Japan, I think Ukraine is a very interesting case to learn, but not only about Ukraine. It is also a case to learn about Russia. It is also a case to learn about Europe. It is also the case to learn about US. That's why we are talking, and we are hearing also our Japanese colleagues, how credible or maybe not really credible those guarantees which are present today can be in future. It is a big question. It's a big question if. And so what what could be the way forward. In the title of our session, it is called ad hoc alliances. Actually, I don't like really this term, ad hoc alliances, because basically I don't believe in ad hoc alliances because they can be very short-lived. If they are ad hoc, if they are not really based on those strategic alignment of like-mindedness of the countries, and also, of course, capacity is also, of course, very important thing. But without first, there's no sense to discuss the second. Why Ukraine is so important for Japan to learn? Why Ukraine is so important for Japan to invest? And it is, I think, it's really very wise policy of Japan. What we've seen and we are seeing to support Ukraine. It is not only about ideals. It is really about. I totally agree with Natalia and with other colleagues. It is very wise calculation. Very pragmatic calculation, understanding that international politics and especially security politics is very much based on precedents. It is not written anywhere that you will do this because of this or that. The powers who are building their strength, they see what happens when some events are taking place, when some conflicts are, basically they test each other strengths, and this is the only objective criteria, this is the only objective way to test the strength, because it doesn't matter if you have more tanks or more aircraft, but then you are not capable to destroy your enemy or to force it into subjection, to capitulation. That's why it's so important what happens in other parts of the world. When US failed in Afghanistan, did it affect Ukraine? Absolutely. There could be many. When US now invaded with blitzkrieg in Venezuela and succeeded, immediately, Monroe Doctrine, immediately everyone started to talk about Western Hemisphere as the American hemisphere. Just imagine this blitzkrieg failed. What could be the consequences? Would we see Greenland crisis emerging right after the Venezuela? Maybe not. The same way, just imagine Ukraine failed and Russia succeeded in Ukraine. What consequences would be for China, for Taiwan, for East Asia security scenarios? That's why I think it's really absolutely, it's both matching the strategic alignment, thinking in terms of foundations, in terms of values, but also in terms of very pragmatic calculations. And the way forward for our coalitions of the willing or partnerships building to succeed further. I think, first of all, we need to be realistic, but also ambitious. Realistic in terms of understanding that let's say, for Japan now, America is an indispensable ally. Just because of the capacity. With all our willingness, Europeans will not be able to project force in East Asia on such a scale like Americans can. On such a scale to deter Chinese aggression. At least so far. We'll see what will happen in, I don't know, in a decade or two. But so far, no European, including Ukrainian forces, are able to deter Chinese aggression in some other part of the world. But definitely we can help to strengthen each other capacities. I think this is the way forward for us to cooperate more and to learn more from each other, first of all. Yes, exactly, Ukrainians know how to fight Russians, Ukrainians know how to fight North Koreans. Ukrainians know how to shut down North Korean missiles and many other things. And for Japan, I think it's very interesting to learn from Ukraine on all these things, because definitely North Koreans learning, definitely Chinese are learning, and we need to be prepared. How Japan can support more Ukraine now so that Ukraine succeeds, because it's in the interest of Japan, we can discuss more. Yes, there are a lot of possibilities to do that, with air defense, with more help with procurement of the weapons, with intelligence sharing, and so on and so forth. So there is a lot of way forward, even if we are not able to substitute American security guarantees as of now. Thank you.
Thank you, Dmytro. I think we will be stopping on this note. Unfortunately, we've run out of time, so I will not be able to give an opportunity to the audience to pose some questions. So with that, I will just conclude by with 2 points from this discussion, at least from my subjective view. One, Ukraine is very often described, especially amongst our Western partners and European friends, as the testing ground for new technology, for new types of warfare, for innovation that is happening on the front line. But as our colleagues, including Dmytro, rightly mentioned, we are also a testing ground for international alliances, for new sorts of coalitions like the Coalition of the Willing. We are the testing ground or the place to get expertise, not just about ourselves, Ukraine, but indeed about Russia, about European countries, and largely about the West, if such term still exists in 2026. And number two is this real interconnectedness, and that was the red line, I think, of our discussion. We've been discussing pretty much all global parts of the world, every region, and I think when we're talking about the interconnectedness between European and Asian countries, I think everybody understands that there is no such thing as their war. We in Ukraine, when we are speculating about 2026, 2027, or some time in the future, if something was to happen in Taiwan, that it would have a huge impact on us, on our war, on a global stage. And the same goes for our Japanese partners that understand that everything that happens on our front line is having a direct impact on the security of East Asia, of Indo-Pacific, and actually all other regions. So with that, and with this note of realism and ambition, we will be concluding this discussion, and I'm handing over to the moderator of the third panel. Thank you very much for your attention. And thank you very much for the speakers, including our Japanese friends who joined online. Thank you. We know it's evening already, but huge appreciation to you. Thanks.
Доброго дня, пані.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Let's continue with our third panel discussion. We are going to talk about soft power, about what has changed over the past 4 years in terms of perception. Are our online colleagues with us? Perfect. Fantastic. I think it's a very interesting topic for discussion because over the last years we've been seeing more and more often that soft power is not exactly about culture or perception of different societies like it was before, but what force is actually a tool that autocracies use is their attempts to break the world order from inside. Actually, for me, one of the examples of weaponization of soft power is how Russia is communicating the Mariupol case. They do it successfully in Italy, and they show how they rebuilt Mariupol, how great it is to live in Mariupol. They've launched TikTok campaigns, and the influencers are talking about how the city prospers, and basically in people's heads it looks like, yes, there was a brutal war, but maybe it's not so complicated anymore in the city, and maybe Ukrainians will not be, it will not be too bad for them if they just capitulate. Why are those narratives especially dangerous for us? Because they affect the support of that we get not only from the Western partners, but democracies in general, the countries of the free world, in our resistance to Russian aggression. So the soft power is basically the link which helps us, democracies, countries of the free world, to stay together and counteract jointly the threats we face. In Ukraine's case, it's basically an existential war, so effective soft power is protection as a defense tool, a tool for survival, and a tool for victory over the aggressor. Soft power often has very practical dimensions that we can see in our everyday life. We all remember how the US said dissolution affected our everyday life, and Russia commits crimes against humanity, which was acknowledged by the International Criminal Court. Basically, a genocidal war is happening. Russia keeps destroying our energy infrastructure so that we freeze into capitulation, and we can clearly see how the soft power from our partners is materialized in very specific solutions that help us survive, protect our infrastructure. They direct to us huge transformers, huge supplies, with energy equipment, and it helps us to survive every day. Recently, Japan announced a huge support package for Ukraine worth $6 billion for 2026. We are very grateful. So today we are going to talk about how to strengthen the soft power that we use, how to use it to unite good forces, and how to make it impossible for the evil forces to weaponize soft power to destroy the world order. I'm happy that today we have great panelists. It's Atsuko Higashino, professor of the University of Tsukuba, who is online with us. Also, Mr. Osamu Hattori, chief representative of Japan International Cooperation Agency, JICA. Mr. Takashi Hirano, head of Japan section of Ukraine Forum Agency, and Yulia Zapko from Ibaraki Christian University, author of the book Ukraine, which is unknown to Japan. It's important to note that Mr. Takashi and Yatsuko are veterans of this forum, because it's your 6th time you participate, and hopefully next time we will be able to see you in Kiev, hopefully in more safe conditions, if possible, after the victory. So let's start the discussion itself. First question to Mr. Osama. The Japan International Cooperation Agency talks a lot about the human security, human dimension. You emphasize that human is always in the center of any recovery. Moreover, you view the recovery of Ukraine not only as a humanitarian issue, a humanitarian objective, but as a central goal to restore the world order and to preserve the true peace. And in our current reality, we can see that Russia keeps destroying our critical infrastructure. They are very mobilized. They try to make this last step to break what holds us not only for the 4 years that we often mention, but the whole 12 years of Russian aggression. In your opinion, and broadly in the opinion of Japan, what should be our main priorities and your main priorities to help Ukraine resist and get the victory?
Lena, and thank you for inviting me to this meaningful and important forum. It is a great honor to join this important discussion. Thank you. And at JICA, we approach Ukraine's recovery through the lens of the human security, as you mentioned, the placing people, their dignity, and their ability to shape their own future at the center of the reconstruction. Russians continued attacks on recovery. Ukraine's energy infrastructure and the civilian resilience are not only violation of the international law. They are direct assaults on people's lives and hope. In my view, the joint priority for the free world is clear: to strengthen the Ukraine's ability to protect its people, sustain its communities, and uphold the rules-based international order through human-centered recovery. So this means focusing on the three urgent areas. The first, the securing essential community functions: energy, water, transportation, education, etc. So these are not simply utilities, they are the backbone of the civilian resilience. So JICA has supported decentralized power units for municipalities, schools, hospitals, because resilience must be the local and distributed. And second, protecting the human capital. This is very, I think, important thing. So the millions have been displaced, and the thousands of schools have been damaged. So without people, without education, skills, and social cohesion, no reconstruction, no recovery can succeed. So this is why we provided 85 digital learning centers with equipment such as laptop, digital device, tablet, integrated panels, etc., and other devices that enable high-quality remote education for the students, and delivered 1 million textbooks to the primary school student, and supported the vocational program for youth and veterans. And the third point is ensuring safety. Over 30% of Ukraine territory is damaged by mines and UXOs. Without demining, agriculture cannot resume, people cannot return home, and investors cannot build. So JICA provides the mine removal machines, detection equipment, and training, capacity development for the CESU teams, etc. So safety is a foundation for everything else. So in short, helping Ukraine win means helping its people survive, learn, and rebuild today and tomorrow. This is our, the principle for our approach.
Дякую дуже.
Thank you very much. It's very interesting. It's a very diversified portfolio of projects you have. Talking about the soft power, obviously JICA is the agency which is the most exemplary agencies which implement the soft power, Japanese soft power. On Twitter, I can often see how Ukrainians share the news about assistance from Japan. I can observe how people celebrate it. It's morally important too. A short follow-up question. Out of the projects you work on, could you maybe select one that, in your opinion, has the best multiplication effect for Ukrainian communities? Whether it's energy, local reconstruction, or demining, that which is fundamental. So in your opinion, what can be the flagship project?
Thank you very much. So you asked one example, but I would like to highlight two examples, sorry. But if we look at the multiplier effect over the next year, so I'll answer maybe one simple logic. The first, the highest multipliers are the intervention that unlock entire system of recovery, not just a sector at a time. So from this perspective, so maybe I would like to highlight two integrated pathways. One is the mine action linked to agricultural recovery. This is very, I think, important. So we would like to see not only the removal of the mine, but also the future recovery of the economy. So this is, I think, very important thing. And the second point is the debris management linked to circular reconstruction. Those are also mentioned by the State Minister Kunimitsu and Ambassador Nakagome, but so we have plenty of the experience to recover from the devastated disaster in Japan, and at that time, so we are using this kind of debris as a resource for the future reconstruction. So we would like to apply this kind of experience to the Ukraine. So those two pathways are, I think, it's a very maybe a flagship program for next years. And also the true multiplier is human capital and the institution. We don't forget this. So human capital is not a sector. It is an operating system, so this is very important. So this is the core of our assistance. Not assistance, but cooperation with the Ukraine. Thank you.
Дякую вам дуже за все.
Thank you very much for everything you do. Ms. Atsuko, I have a question to you. Well, classically, the soft power has always been perceived as an attempt of one country to change the perception of other societies through culture, values, or engagement with institutions. But over the last 4 years, we have been seeing that not only Russia continues its aggression against Ukraine, but it is attacking the world order. Do you see any changes of this concept, the soft power, and can we try and use soft power to preserve the world order based on rules?
Yes, thank you, Lena. Very, very good to see you online. And it is my greatest pleasure to attend the 6th meeting at the Japan-Ukraine Forum. This is my very important ritual in every February to attend this forum, and I hope so, just as Lena said very, very kindly, that I can join this forum next year in person. So thank you very much, Elena, for your wonderful question. So I would like to emphasize in the first place that even in the Trump era, the U.S. still considers that the soft power is valid and important, because if you have a look at the White House's 2025 National Security Strategy, I quote that it wants to maintain United States unrivaled soft power, and at the same time, the United States lists the unmatched soft power and cultural influence among America's world-leading advantages. So it means that even Trump administration consider that the soft power is still very, very important and instrumental for them. So coming back to your question, Lena, what has been changed for the past 4 years, or probably 12 years since the time of the Crimea annexation by Russia? So I think it is really important that the soft power obviously looks weaker than it used to be. One of the reasons for that, I think, is that attraction used to be a core of the soft power. It used to be in that way, but it is no longer a whole story. So information integrity is now part of the power base, I think. Because I had a look at the Joseph Nye soft power argument back in 2004. It was, Joseph Nye wrote and mentioned something about soft power in 1980s and 1990s already, but he materialized his monograph in 2004. And at that time, I consider that his soft power back in 2004 assumes the relatively intact information environment where culture or value or institution can be seen and credited. But since that time, for example, Crimea happened, and also the Russian aggression against Ukraine happened. So I think it is since that time there's a big share of contestation is happening about the manipulation of the channel or manipulation of the information space. So I think it is really important to notice that the soft power is no longer exclusively about attraction, but it needed to be combined with credibility or informational accessibility or information of the channel. So I think it is really important. And your question of the weaponization of the soft power is again very, very important, because we started to talk about this weaponization of the soft power, I mean, in terms of the sharp power. But in Japan, we tend to speak more about China when it's come to sharp power. So I don't really know what has been the discussive situation in Ukraine, but I think it is really important to discuss and focus more about the weaponization of this soft power, or discuss more about the sharp power by Russia and China. And finally, you made a very, very good point about how to, or whether or not soft power play a role in restoring rules-based international order. I think it is very, very important to ask this question. My answer is yes, it can. However, my answer is very conditional. So I think key line is not in projecting appeal, projecting attraction, but it is whether it can be designed as an integrated whole with a reliable institutional operation and defense of the information environment. And also, it has to reduce the economic vulnerability. So I think those components has to be brought together in order to protect and maintain a rule-based international order by using soft power. Thank you so much.
Дякую дуже, пані.
Thanks, Mrs. Zuka. Actually, I really like it how you introduced a new term, sharp power, when the soft power is used for non-positive purposes, in an attempt to manipulate other societies. I don't know whether this term is already part of academic discourse, but if it's not, I believe it surely deserves to be included. Mr. Takashi, you have just come back from Tokyo, so you have first-hand experience for us directly from the field. Could you please tell us what is the current perception of Ukraine and Russia in Japanese society? Do you see any dynamics during the last 12 and 4 years? And maybe do you see any risks that the interest of Japanese society in Ukraine is decreasing, and we can actually lose one of the most important partners and allies for us in Asia? Yeah, Elena, thank you for the question, and thank you for the invitation to this forum. Let's say the following. The general perception of Ukraine and Russia in Japan hasn't changed. So people are aware that Ukraine is a victim and Russia is an aggressor. This understanding is not changing. But if they haven't forgotten about the war, the big problem is that mostly people started forgetting about the war because, first of all, time has passed. Secondly, the dynamics of the course of the war is not too big for regular citizens. So people just stop paying attention to what's happening now in this war. And probably the risk exists for Ukraine. The risk is that there are people in Japan who want to resume their connections with Russians, both cultural or just regular human relationships, just human exchange. And they use this such weakening of attention in the society, and they're looking for some narratives which don't get this sharp criticism from the society in particular. Japanese ambassador in Moscow said that, during the meeting with the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs in Russia, Andrei Rudenko, that said that Japan and Russia are neighboring countries, so we have to develop human and cultural exchanges. Such statement was also pronounced by the head of a think tank, Sasagawa Peace Foundation. So they also said during the visit to Moscow that we need to somehow develop a human and cultural exchange between Japan and Russia, because we're neighbors. So, also during the meeting with Putin, the widow of former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe, Akiya Abe, said that we are neighboring countries, so cultural and human exchanges are necessary to develop. This, specifically the people who want to resume relations with Russians, and they use the weakened attention of the society in Japan, expecting that that this could happen in some way. Society, Japanese society, still remains in the paradigm of Ukraine as victim and Russia as aggressor, but they're thinking much less about it. They keep forgetting about it. As for values, yes, Japan is for Ukraine. It's pretty strong. But it's not like it was 2 years ago or 3 years ago. So the question what to do is pretty hard. Because decrease of attention, when the time is passing, it's what happens with every person. And changing the course of the war isn't that simple. But now there is a unique case in Japanese society when people forget about Ukraine or the war, but actually one sumo player, he is actually Ukrainian, Danilo, I don't remember the last name, sorry, I can't pronounce. He is Aonishiki in Japanese, and for 2 tournaments in a row he has become the winner. And now he becomes a hero of the sports, and the society is really admiring his mastery in sumo, and through him people start remembering the war and Ukraine, because he's from Vinnytsia, and in the beginning of full-scale invasion he moved to Japan. When the full-scale invasion started, he was in Germany, and he tried to make his dream come true to become a sumo player and searched for opportunities to move, and now he is a hero, a winner of 2 tournaments. So for the Japanese, sumo is an extremely important sport, and unlike other sports, when some foreigner wins, people really pay attention to that. And now people started saying that he's from Ukraine and now becomes a hero. And yes, they remember that now the war is still going on in Ukraine. This is a unique case of soft power through which people started talking about the war again. So it's hard to say So actually there are cases when you cannot increase the number of these cases artificially, but it's important to understand how our human mechanism of attention works. I think there is a point to understand and to use such unique cases to draw attention to this war. I think we can think how we can do it. Well, yes, actually you have rightly pointed out that this is a very unique and interesting case. For sure we can use it in our favor, but it is hard to come up like how we could have upscaled it. But when it's already there, for sure we can use it. You have also rightly pointed out that Russians, they are pretty smart. They try to promote themselves not by whitewashing the war or Putin, but through these human exchanges, like we're still neighbors. You can change the geography. We'll have to somehow live side by side, and now we have to think about it. And what they also did, they managed to achieve a pretty scary normalization of crimes. So what in the first winter of full-scale invasion, 2022, 2023, was treated by the whole world that Russia destroys Ukrainian energy and puts us in blackouts. Now it's no news. The whole world discussed Greenland while Russia started putting Kiev in blackouts. But this cannot compete anymore. And actually it's pretty scary, because that's what we saw. That's what Russia did in Syria, now it does in Ukraine. And that's why there is normalization of genocide. But I also have another follow-up question to you. You have been actively working with countering misinformation. We see that in the age of new technologies, this issue has become even more relevant. The eternal question how to correctly counter it, whether it's possible to counter it, or maybe we have to be proactive and concentrate better on forming our own narratives. And instead of constantly defending, we should be attacking instead. Thank you for the question. Maybe first we have to know that since the beginning of full-scale invasion in Japan, Russian disinformation wasn't spread too much, because probably there is a strong understanding that Russia is a country of lies. So since 2014, the experts, the media have analyzed how Russia used to spread misinformation about this war, and this worked. That fact-checking was also spread appeared as a notion back in 2014, in the beginning of this war. So, how to say, Russians tried to spread misinformation, not just misinformation, but Russian narratives about the war. But Japanese are pretty much protected from these Russian efforts. So the situation is pretty favorable for Ukraine now in Japan. Have there been any systemic measures taken to counter the Russian efforts? Actually not. There is discussion from the state and the society that something should be done to protect the society from Russian misinformation. There is discussion, but for now there is no specific measure, because taking into account the need to comply, to keep the word. So how to take measures, the discussion has been pretty long. But for now, there are no efficient measures developed, and Russian satellite still works in Japanese information space. And during the previous parliamentary elections, actually, they helped pro-Russian Japanese party. And after the results were published, this party has increased its presence in the parliament, and people started thinking that, yeah, something has to be done. But for now, the discussion is still ongoing. What can be done? I mean, there is no conclusion here. You would say that it's very slow, it's very late, but still I would say that it's better late than never. Well, that's the situation now in Japan. Thank you, I agree. It's better late than never. I hope that the forum will also help somehow to activate these discussions. Yulia, for me, you are the face of Ukrainian soft power in Japan. You have been doing a lot in this area, and we met several years ago. You're doing very important work. Could you please tell me, like, in your opinion, what are the main pillars of soft power of Ukraine in Japan, and in your opinion, what is the dynamics? Has anything changed in these 4 years? Where it is moving, in your opinion? First of all, greetings to everyone. Sorry, the sound is breaking. Thank you for the invitation, for inviting to the 6th Forum. It's great that you keep developing Ukraine-Japanese relations despite the challenging conditions, especially now in Kiev. I would also join what the speaker said, that Ukraine and its recognition really depend on the volume of information provided about Ukraine, and what Mikhail said about credibility. We also have a big challenge here, that there is a lot of information, and what information is to be trusted and who to follow. That's the question when we talk about Ukraine in Japan. I also would like to say that Ukraine stops being terra incognita. I mean, there is no question why Ukraine is located on the world map as it was before 2022. At the same time, in my opinion, there is no notion like that about so maybe Aunishiki, but that's all still the beginning. In my opinion, there are no personalities and art or cultural concepts that would become the markers of recognition for Ukraine, and which would constantly function in public space and form a long-standing idea about Ukraine and Japan. In 4 years, the efforts of journalists, researchers, and active participants of the Ukrainian community, there is a huge set of content which consists from small, simple explanations about what Ukraine is, up to complicated cultural text. But what's also very important, remains important, is Ukrainian history and culture as an object for research, and also systemic study of Ukrainian culture as academic studies in Japanese universities. As for the first, there are big moves because a lot has been developed in 4 years compared to 2022. In the field of understanding Ukrainian culture and history, there were translations published, probably of the most important historian, Serhiy Plokhy, The Gate of Europe, which shows Ukrainian perspective in global history. Also, there was a monography, Challenges of Ukrainian Culture, with works by 22 authors, Japanese Ukrainians, and it was the first collaboration in the history of Ukrainian studies in Japan, where such number of researchers got together around the same idea. The idea was decolonizing Ukrainian studies, and a lot has been done. It's written in the newspapers. It's actually written by Nikkei, but when business talks about culture and that, yeah, you should read this book to understand what Ukraine is, that means big resonance in the society. At the same time, what maybe not scares me, but is that in 4 years, for now, there haven't been Ukrainian studies that would bring up experts in the country. As a person who studied Japan in a systemic way, that's the proof of Japanese soft power. The country has over 12 universities offering Japanese language and culture as a discipline or as specialization. And the systemic study of Japan allows us to say that in Ukraine, most probably, is understood better. The Ukraine understands Japan better than vice versa. And for now, I don't see that, okay, let's create Ukrainian chair that's going to study Ukraine in a systemic way. And the systemic study of any country starts from studying its language. And today, in 2026, we're saying that thankfully we have to study Ukraine not in Russian language, but also in Ukrainian language. And here I would also like to raise this issue, and I keep raising it, that we need Ukrainian studies experts in Japan, and we need efforts to train these experts. Why? Because, as has been mentioned, in particular Mr. Hirano mentioned how Russia now forms its rhetoric, that how they use human resource as soft power when they say it's just culture. War and culture are not equal. We say that there is a connection. We see how Russia uses its culture to weaponize. And it's not about canceling Russian culture. It's about creating our own narrative, Ukrainian narrative, in the Japanese academia. And this narrative will strengthen our position in Japanese-Ukrainian relations. And this narrative will explain this war without understanding. I mean, we want to win this war, and we have to win it in all fields. That's going to be the credibility effect. And of course, this is a task not for 1 year. It's for the prospects, but I really hope that it's going to change, and we have some good beginnings. We have the understanding that Ukraine and Japan, without knowledge of Ukraine and Japan, it's impossible to move forward. And to a great extent, it's thanks to Japanese researchers who became interested in Ukraine. And now the speakers in different panels are confirmation that Ukraine is an object of different research in different fields. And we need more Ukrainian scholars who are going to explain that in a systemic way, who are going to say, to create this content for information space, going to be both simple and complex for everyone to say that what changed. And here I also would like to stress on the role of Ukrainian community in Japan. We talked about Aonishki, and this is a great example when a representative of a community, moreover, a forced migrant. As a researcher of Ukrainian refugees in Japan, I would like to say that forced migrants in Japan have rather positive image. They become those persons who contact with Japanese every day, and they also set the tone, set the agenda. And in 4 years, a lot has been done. It's more than 10 organizations per less than 5,000 Ukrainians in Japan. So 10 organizations per 5,000 Ukrainians. That's also very telling. And also, I would like to say that the image of Ukrainian refugees it actually creates this interest towards Ukraine, because people are interested what and how. There's also an issue that actually this motivates the community to get involved in literary festivals, cultural festivals, creating new initiatives, from celebrating traditional Ukrainian Christmas or Midsummer, or inviting Ukrainian writers, as we did last year, maybe holding some literary festival that would allow to talk about different things and different aspects of Ukrainian culture. That's a lot. So these two aspects, Ukrainian studies, Ukrainian community, this is what needs development and cooperation. Thank you. Thank you. Actually, very practical and clear ideas that you are working on. All this is going to need time, maybe even years or decades, but it's very good that it is happening and it is developing right now, because Ukraine and Japan are joined, even though we are on totally different parts of the planet, but still it looks like we have a lot in common. And mentally, we are much closer than maybe other countries that geographically are closer to Ukraine. We have some time for a round of questions from the audience. So let us collect 3 questions and then we'll look whether there's going to be time for the second round. Okay. Yes, please help with the mic. Please introduce yourself. Yes. Good afternoon. Thank you for great conversation. My name is Mikhailyna Skoroshkirivska. I represent the Institute of Sustainable Development of Communities. We're an NGO, analytical center located in Bucha. And Bucha is actually the community and the town that, despite great distance, got a lot of quick assistance from Japan. It was generators that arrived in 2022. And they saved Yablinsko Street that suffered the most, because at that period of time there was no more power for boilers, and Japanese systems helped. When we talk about soft power, we started from Mariupol, and when Bucha was deoccupied, when humanitarian crisis was resolved, we understood that apart from the place of war crimes, Bucha should become a symbol of Ukrainian recovery, international friendship and partnerships. And actually, in the context of soft power, I see huge potential in working with communities, because we're actually working with the communities of Kiev, and there are lots of communities that got this help, and it is systemic and it continues. And for the communities, Japan was a beacon in 2 fields. First, as technologies, because the way Japan can warm people up, and the fact that what we got from Japanese partners this winter, we actually remembered it, because that was the coldest winter, and Japanese technologies have a great help, especially in communities, and cooperation in communities, in technologies and in energy is going to be invaluable if we manage to build it in a more systemic way. The second thing would be the partnership and the partner cities. Japanese cities actively working in the east, and in Ukraine it's only Odessa that has a partner city in Japan. And we understand how hard it is, but the potential of friendship is pretty big. So maybe it would be interesting to move in this area in cooperation in the communities, because this means knowing more about each other in this work. Thank you. Who is the question for? The question, who actually wants to say something? You could answer. Where is that potential? Because apart from humanitarian aid, there were also joint cultural projects where we can, what is the direction you can move in? I'll be grateful for the ideas. Okay. So maybe, are there any more questions? Yes, hello. Thank you for this fruitful discussion, your panel. My name is Lisa Orobets. I represent Price of Freedom NGO. We advocate the protection of Ukrainian sky. I have 2 questions, if I may. Actually, to Mr. Takasha, you talked about the efficient ways that Russia works in software, the human component of cooperation. Could you share maybe with us what Russia does efficiently and how we could counter it? And the second question would be whether Japan, as a G7 member, has appetite for more efficient sanctions against Russia, and if so, how would you advise to act? Thank you. Thanks a lot. Actually, Mikhailyna has touched upon a very important issue, how Japan helped a specific community would generate a specific point of need. I don't know if you do, but I'm a big ambassador of Japanese soft power in Ukraine, because I remember very well that when the aid packages from the US and Europe got stuck, and we were facing the winter of 2023-2024, it was Japan and Norway who covered our backs and helped us survive that very hard, painful and scary winter, because it was unknown. I keep talking about that and reminding about that. I didn't plan to recall it at this forum, but still I believe it's a necessary element of our common history. And I keep thanking. So we have three questions: soft power on the level of communities, Japanese technologies and cooperation in energy. Maybe Mr. Osamu would like to answer, maybe Mr. Tsuko. You also have been doing a lot for the development of this cooperation on the national local level. And we have a question to Mr. Takashi on what Russia does efficiently in its soft power and also about the sanctions. So who would like to start?
Please go ahead. Thank you for the question. About the Russian soft power. So I said in the beginning that the trend in terms of understanding of Russia and Ukraine hasn't changed. There is a rather negative attitude towards Russia. 95% of the population is rather negative towards Russia. And therefore, Russians do not have a lot of room to keep developing its soft power in Japanese society. It's something which remains not only since the start of the full-scale war, but for many more years throughout the history. But what do? They promote their soft power through people who are fans of Russian culture or in general development of bilateral relations between Russia and Japan. There are such people, so-called cultural figures or experts in Japan, and there are a lot of such people, maybe even more than fans of Ukrainian culture. So Ukrainian culture is not really widespread in Japan, but the Russian culture is historically present. And there is a percentage of its fans in the society, and they actually transmit this soft power. The embassy of Russian Federation try to spread their narratives, but they are not spread widely. Only when Japanese cultural figures support them and say that there have to be at least minor contacts with Russia because we are neighbors, and it works a little bit. But it is very limited because of the general negative attitude of Japanese people towards Russia. So if I give you one effective means, it's through the people, specific people who support certain narratives about the sanctions. In general, Japan keeps cooperating with Ukraine and other G7 member states, and they apply sanctions on Russia in cooperation. I can see a negative trend, in my opinion. The overall pessimism about this war. A big share of population thinks that this war will end with something with an outcome which is not beneficial for Ukraine, and so we'll have to think about the restoration of relations with Russia, in particular in the energy area. Japan keeps importing gas from Russia, and there is still the project Sakhalin-2. It's still in force, and we think that if Japan leaves this area, China will take it. So it's a strategically important area for Japan, and it affects the decision not to apply sanctions against Lukoil and Rosneft. It's probably because if Japan joins this part of sanctions against oil companies, Russia might stop exports of gas to Japan. It's probably the biggest factor, the pessimistic view of the outcome of this war, that it might end with Russia prevailing. But how to change it? It's quite hard, but the correct information has to be conveyed so that the society has the correct understanding. But again, the attention decreases. So we need to continue communicating well with the society. So there has to be a more active stance in communication warfare. Yes, thank you. Would anyone like to comment on communities, but briefly, if so? If not, we can just leave it as reflections, as a home task. Okay, then the last question to all the speakers. I would like to end on a positive note, so I have a question to Mr. Osamu and Mr. Takashi. Could you please name one strategic initiative for the next year to strengthen the Japanese soft power in Ukraine? What would be such one initiative? And a question to Ms. Yulia and Atsuko, the opposite. If you could name one strategic initiative for the next year to strengthen Ukrainian soft power in Japan, what could that be? Who's ready to answer?
Very difficult question to summarize one initiative, but I just would like to highlight that one initiative from mine fields and level to green fields and green growth for the future of the Ukraine. So the Ukraine recovery must be the human-centered and safe and green. So that's my initiative. So yeah, thank you very much. And you know that JICA always stand with Ukraine, and we are ready. We are here in Kiev, so we are ready to work together with all partners. Thank you very much.
Дякую. Це амбітна задача.
Thank you. It's an ambitious objective, but we do not set ourselves small objectives. The broader we dream and act, the more we will reach. Mr. Takashi? Well, Japanese soft power is something which became popular since the start of the full-scale war through practical declarations by Japanese leadership. Since the first days of the full-scale war, the Japanese politicians, including the Prime Minister, announced clearly that Japan would support Ukraine as long as it takes. And in contrast to China, which was rather neutral or undecided, Japan was demonstrating its position very clearly, and it probably changed the perception of Japan in Ukrainian society. This is an existential war for Ukraine, and the Japan has showed its stance, so it became a very strong soft power. It's important to keep working, because now Japan looks more modest as 4 years ago. For example, the head of the state visited Kiev only once. If the Prime Minister visited Kiev at the beginning of this year and announced a new energy support to Ukraine, it would be a new impetus, a new circle of Japanese support. So the Japanese people need to understand that the war is going on, and this war is an existential war for Ukrainians. and assistance. Clear statements, clear political statements are much stronger than one cultural event. And this requires high quality communication with society. Often Japanese politicians become less active because the public attention decreases in Japan. So it's our duty to increase it again. Thank you. We are waiting for the Prime Minister in Kyiv or maybe in other regions. We will be very happy. Ms. Satsuko.
Yes, thank you very much for a wonderful question. I think your question is about how to boost up Ukrainian soft power in Japan. Elena, I don't think that Ukraine needs to increase your soft power even more because your resilience, your resistance, your integrity, and your determination to fight against Russia is already a source of a huge soft power of Ukraine. So already you are doing such a great job in order to boost up your soft power. But that said, just as I said in my main speech, nowadays soft power has to be combined and supported with other elements, including hard powers. So I would like to suggest one thing. So your technology, or for example, your new information and your new development in terms of the defense technology or defense industry can be the very promising source of your soft power. So defense issues sounds very much like a hard power, but it is not completely so, because the images and attraction that Ukraine is doing so well in order to fight against Russia is already giving an image of soft power that the Ukraine is fighting very, very well, and Ukraine is standing with all the countries or all the region who is fighting in favor of democracy and resilience. Thank you.
Дякую вам дуже. На мою думку, це просто фантастичний випід світ.
Thank you very much. I think it's a fantastic thing you added. We haven't mentioned it, but it's something fundamental. Ukraine actually transformed from a receiver of defense support and defense assistance into a contributor and a source of modern military technologies. And today, our partners not only view us as someone who gets assistance, but also as an equal partner, and we often can give something to our partners, something they might need more than we need from them. And we know that the topic of defense cooperation with Japan is something we have to be careful about, but we hope that we can deepen this cooperation. I think it's something with many prospects. Ms. Yulia? Yes, it's a great question. I would like to mention one important event which happened last year that Mr. Ambassador Litovinov mentioned. It's Expo 2025, and it's an example of soft power when we not only talk about the war but strengthen Ukrainian positive image and spread the success story. At Expo 2025, Ukraine didn't have its own pavilion due to economic difficulties, but Ukraine got a stand, a space, and used it very efficiently. There was an exhibition with the title "Not for Sale," but you might have seen it, that there were only 17 items, and every item was representing an idea from Ukrainian culture and Ukrainian norms like democracy, unity, dignity, and every visitor could use the device to come closer to an item and scan it, and as they were scanning it, they could see broader descriptions, stories related to these concepts, and it all was about the resistance of Ukraine. This expo was attended by over 3 million visitors, and there was a long line, just like in France, where the items of art were showcased. It shows that yes, the war is a trigger, but we can not only tell about tragic events, but success stories. And I would like to remind you that in 2017 there was another event. It was the year of Japan in Ukraine. It was almost 10 years ago. Maybe it's time to think about something similar once again, because we need an event which will be a platform and infrastructure to unite people. There are many cultural events in Japan, but they are not linked between themselves and not always highlighted by the media. But the expo showed that when there is an idea and the media support and the support at the highest state level, it is successful and it allows to tell about much more and much deeper. So if this idea resonates with you, it would be good to group these things and maybe think about the year of Japan in Ukraine or the year of Ukraine in Japan. Maybe it's something which will help our countries to communicate better, discuss what has been achieved, and maybe draw attention of people who do not know about Ukrainian presence in Japan or vice versa. So it's a two-way street. That's my suggestion. I think it can be really realized, and there are many people interested in such events. Thank you very much. Thanks to all the speakers. Thanks to our friends from Japan. I wish you a pleasant day and evening. And of course, I wish you a calm and safe day, night, tomorrow's day. I wish you safety and peaceful skies. Thank you.